night, eventually. For those of you that celebrate that or will be participating. I want to just say welcome to all of our colleagues that will be watching this, either live stream, the board meetings, or at a later date, because we also make our recordings available on the website as well. For those who want to watch it at a more convenient time. But I'm delighted to see one of our governors has joined us in person, which is always lovely to see. So welcome to Elizabeth. And we've got a couple of colleagues with us who are observing the meeting today. So we've got Shabana, who's our Freedom Speaker Guardian. We're delighted to have Shabana join us. Obviously, she'll be presenting an item later on in the agenda as well. And we've also got George, who's the newly appointed peer, is that the title? Peer representative, which is part of the paper that we'll see on the agenda later on about the ongoing plan prevention. So we're delighted to have George with us today, and hopefully George will be a regular feature as our contact conduit with the board and our resident doctor, so to resonate those connections. So I think that's everything. We're scheduled to finish at 1:30 today. So we can assume, colleagues, that most people that are presented today will assume that we've read the papers and any questions and any contact. There is a fire alarm test, but it should only be a couple of seconds, and then if it actually goes on any longer, then we'll evacuate to the appropriate space. I did just want to say, and we mentioned this at the last meeting, but just for the public record as well, that we one of our associate non-executive directors ended her term at the end of October by Miriam. So I just wanted to express our thanks and regard that her contribution of the last couple of years, which has been fantastic. I'm sure she'll keep coming and be interested in the success of the organisation as we go forward. Thank you for her contribution. Just remind colleagues as well that when you're speaking, if you just press the mic so that we can make sure we've got the best sound quality for the recording for those watching on the live stream. Okay, as always, we start with either a patient or a colleague story just to remind us why we're here and why we do what we do and why the decisions that we're going to make for the rest of the meeting are grounded in some of the experiences that are the people who we serve and our colleagues experience. So delighted to have with us today Julie Cheney, who's our Assistant Director for Patient and Service User Experience, with a wealth of experience of what our patients, population, public feel about our services, which is really helpful for us to understand. So I'm going to hand over to you and Julia to take us through this. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So I've not brought a patient with me this morning. I wanted to take the opportunity to let you know about our digital improvement within the team to provide the opportunity for our service users and our relatives to leave positive patient stories via the digital platform of our external facing website. So we launched this in summer without any comms, and we were overwhelmed with the amount of feedback that we've received via this platform, which shows that our service users really want to leave the positive outcomes as well. And from the feedback that we've received initially, we really saw a real spike for Berry A&E, and I just thought that this was a really valuable opportunity to feed it back to you, because we don't normally share the feedback from our A&Es because it's part of that journey often, and often gets lost in the whole journey of our service users. So this particular feedback that I'm sharing with you today is for Berry, their accident and emergency department, and the feedback that we themed that collectively, and we had some really wonderful positive feedback for our staff about how compassionate they are, they're caring, their communication skills were really good. They felt that they were making shared decision making with our patients. And from that, we've got 3 quotes that I want to share with you that our service users have shared on that platform. The staff from the porter who moved his father from A&E to the X-ray department and back again. The 2 A&E teams who worked with him and the doctors that spoke to me were amazing. They were very busy, but took time to explain things and looked after us both. I can't thank them enough. Service was excellent. Staff were amazing and so clean. Never experienced a hospital with such attentiveness compared to other local trusts. The understanding of how I was feeling and the speed of which I was seen at every stage was outstanding. Most of all, the staff were amazing in every aspect. I felt safe and cared for, even though they were obviously very busy. I was treated with a warm professionalism that surpassed what anyone could wish for. And to receive those kind of feedbacks to the team, I think is an absolutely fantastic morale boost to show that they're still getting that professionalism and that care and compassion in such challenging times. And for us as a team, from patient experience, it's also consistent with the feedback that we're receiving through our Observe, Listen and Act reviews as well. So that is also, they've had 2 green consistent reviews, working really hard to make improvements on some of those negative feedbacks, because all feedback is good feedback. We can always learn from it to make improvements. So we just wanted to express our gratitude to this team in particular for working so well under pressure and to share that with you. We also wanted to share as well that their local health watch are also going to be involved with them shortly to do an interim review. So not only are they engaging with us, they're engaging with external partners to make sure that they're ready for winter pressures so that they're consistently giving this high standard of care. And my ask of you today is that you come and gather that patient feedback with us and my team and come and do Observe, Listen and Act with us for you to be able to hear the voice of our patients and our service users in real time. And potentially you may be able to share those patient stories here yourself that you've heard from in real time. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Anything else from you, Julia? Okay, thank you for that. Any comments or questions today in the update from Julie? Jeff.
Thanks, Jo. I'm really delighted to get the feedback out here. I think that going to staff will be superb. I agree. We can be precious there on get this positive feedback about how caring and how attentive they are to patients and their families will boost their morale and help them and resilience to get through it. My question relates to paragraph 2.3 of the report, and he was here as a board to get a balanced picture, and I was wondering about the negative, which says here, although less frequent, does highlight opportunities for improvement. First of all, to support those improvements, we could to make sure we understand the negative as well as the positive. So the impact of waiting times, whether people are waiting for choice, so whether we support the negative side as well as the positive. Thank you.
Yeah, no, good point. Thanks, Jeff. Julie, do you want to wait? I'll get a question from Laura and then we can come back to those 2 things. Laura?
Thank you. It wasn't a question, it was a reflection. So yesterday, June and I had the chance to go down into the emergency department in Bury and Fairfield. A really, really busy time, definitely in winter, aren't we? We had patients in corridors, we had some really busy staff. They were all running at full health. But the level of smile and warmth as we walked into that department and the real positive aspect around really caring about what our colleagues were doing really is important. So thank you for bringing it to life. I think it's really important we can reflect on this. I think it is important to get the balance well. We spoke to a couple of people on trolleys, you know, who weren't in the best of places. But we can also see that our staff really do care and are really trying hard to do absolutely their best, and that shows through, and that's really important. We recognise it. So thank you.
Okay, I've got a few more hands now, but I'll, Julie, is there anything you want to come back on in relation to the negative feedback?
Yeah, so the teams are always working on their friends and family test results, so that is a reflection of the positive and the negative, and they then produce, you said we did, both on from the friends and family test and our observe, listen and act recommendations. So there is that consistent input that they are trying to improve from our patient feedback. Although from a patient experience team perspective, we do try to do an appreciative inquiry lens and think of the positive, and actually, as I said, that the, you know, all feedback is good feedback because it's an opportunity to learn. But we absolutely aren't rose-tinted glasses. We will challenge, and if anything negative does come through, and the things that are coming through to our platform, we address straight away with the service leads, and they are always very, very quick to respond so that we can get back to the service user that has offered that feedback.
Just in terms of all of that feedback, how do we collate that? Because we've obviously got a number of different sources then, haven't we? So including, you know, people do independent reviews, can't they, of services at hospitals. So how do we collate that and put it in front of our leaders, our colleagues, so that they can use that in the way that you described?
So we do a summary for overarching for NCA, and we also do for each care organisation a summary of the friends and family test. We provide reports for our observe, listen and act, and that is also in our quality dashboard as well, our RAG rating, as to whether there is any areas that require improvement. We consistently go back to those areas and address if they're doing the, you said we did improvements, and our expectation is that they are doing something each quarter and acting on feedback, and that's something that we address and would RAG rate within the observe, listen and act. But it would be down to the teams to be able to look at their own data. And with our patient experience champions as well, we've got over 300 champions now across the NCA. We have instructed them to look at all of that and try to triangulate it. So it's not only, you know, talk to your patients, what's your day-to-day, what are your complaints and PALs, what are your incidents, and also what is the feedback from your patients, so that we're looking at the whole picture.
I've got Owen and then Suzanne and then Julia. Unless, Julia, do you want to respond to something particular? Great.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I just wanted to remind colleagues that we've got a paper further down the board agenda, which is learning from experience, and we kind of look into that. Quite a lot of things that will change as a result of things that weren't working for patients. So I think there's quite a bit in there. I think it's phrased in quite positive ways, Julie says, but actually it just demonstrates some of the feedback that we've had, which has required an improvement. So it's what might be worth when we get to that item, if it's not given the right balance, and we think about that, about ensuring what's coming to the board. Thank
you. Just regarding 9.3, the invitation to the real-time feedback, probably not in your line of sight, but in the line of sight of most board members, is that we've been doing some work around trying to develop an anti-people strategy. And one of the elements that the board is still considering, has been asked to consider, is in relation to observe, listen, act, and particularly as far as how that relates to our colleagues who work for the NCA, who service users. I think a few people even in this room recently have been accessing NCA services in some way, shape or form. We don't have perhaps the same sort of rigour in actually what their experiences are, yet people have experiences. So one of the things we'll be really keen to work with you on is how we might evolve that a little bit further, so that we can maybe capture the richness. Because in some respects we'll have some expert patients, won't we?
Yeah.
who are using our services. We don't have a systematic way at the moment of capturing that feedback and then putting it into the flow of observance and an act.
Yeah.
And that also goes as far as our community. So I noticed as well that you referenced that it's not just about centric in what we're doing here.
Yeah.
So it was really just to maybe take the opportunity to signal to you that that's a conversation I think the board would like to be having and see if to evolve as part of this outreach.
Thanks for that, Owen. Susan?
Thank you, Chair. It's just a reflection again, and to recognise the work of Caroline and the volunteer team at Borough, who were phenomenal.
Yeah.
And although they're not necessarily left it, I'm convinced they will be contributing to some of that positive feedback because they're the cold face that they offer and the first point of contact for a lot of our users and patients when they come through the door. And they see the good and the bad, don't they? And they see all of that mixed experience and do a pretty amazing job, not only at the front desk but through the hospital.
Yeah.
And they're a rich source of feedback too, which I'm sure will come into some of the learning pieces as well.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, because they, you know, the reward and recognition for our volunteers is something that we struggle with to make sure that they really do feel valued for what they do. We are currently collating the feedback from our volunteers into an overarching action log, because there is such a wealth of information that they give us. And we have monthly meetings for them to feed back to us, and we do invite other people to come to that, to feedback. Most recently, it's been about outpatient letters, and we've had some fantastic engagement with that team to come out and speak to them, and they've really found that valuable. And of course, we had the volunteers at the event over at Hotel Football as well. So yeah, amazing contributions. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. That's a really good point to raise because we get lots of really insightful feedback from our volunteers. So definitely continue that catching up. So thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? I think I certainly encourage colleagues to think about the observe, listen and act. I did have the training and update, so I'm ready to go now. I think when there's an available slot for me to join, so I'm hoping to do that. And I know we did put that call out to our governors as well. Some of them already participate, but for more governors to get involved in that observe, listen and act. So that's a really important opportunity for them to fulfil one of their key roles around that engagement of our communities and people who use our services. So if there's nothing else, thank you very much. Thanks, Julie, for joining us. It's very helpful, and we look forward to seeing you again in the future.
Lovely.
All right, thanks, Julie. Take care. Okay, colleagues, we're going to move on to sort of main business in terms of apologies for absence, which we have none as far as I'm aware. If there are any declarations of interest to raise, please do so already. No. If there are any that arise during the course of the meeting, then let us know and we can note those at the appropriate time. I've got minutes from our meeting that was held on the 3rd of September. Any comments, questions, points of correction that we need to make? Carmen?
The minutes reference the academic strategy, and I know the president's just referred to it there. We saw it briefly at the development session. It feels like we've got more work to do on that. So I guess it's just understanding whether that's where that's going to come. If we don't have an idea that reads that we're there, we are there.
Sure. Okay. When did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think one of the things that would be really good if we could get a subsequent development session for the conversation, because if you remember, we didn't spend the time unfortunately that we wanted to do. So it would be really good if we could pick that conversation back up. By the way, thank you to all colleagues who responded to the ask in respect of the purpose of organisation.
Okay, thank you. That's noted. I think we do have that in train to do some further work. Great. Any other points or questions? We have to approve those. Oh, Chris.
Sorry. What do I do? That's not. Just under item 8, so chief exec's horizon report.
Yeah.
It's not noticed as an action, but there was a discussion about how board members will be involved in the clinical strategy in the future. So I don't know, it's not noted as an action, but probably at some point to just understand that.
Again, I think there's a workshop due where the clinical strategy that will be just discussed. The talk board that response specific to that point.
I think we've also had individual opportunities to talk and directly input into the strategy as well.
That's the strategy.
We did have the clinical strategy as well, certainly some colleagues. If you haven't, Chris, we can find that.
Probably miss some.
Okay. Thank you for that. Anything else? No, okay, we're approving those minutes then, thank you for that. Let's move on then to matters arising. So I think there's a couple of them, one that's complete, one that's transferred, and 3 that are still in progress, 2 that are not due till January. There's the learning from deaths work. Is there anything to add on in relation to that?
Yeah, that'll be sent to original speakers.
Yes.
It's just on reference 06, matters arising for Gertie and myself to discuss at the meeting. We've actually dealt with that at the legal committee. So,
Okay, brilliant, thank you. So we can close that then. You, Jeff?
2 months. 0301, one top list, related to the integrated prosecution markers. Like 1, lots of a huge difference in the standard format of the integrated documents. And we welcome further opportunities to comment on that. So, the second is 0305. Basically, body worn canvas for staff. This came up at the fundraising committee, particularly resident staff in A&E. So I know this says that that should be dealt with by the CMT team. You know, yet isn't a decision.
Okay, Suzanne.
Yeah, just in relation to that action, Jeff, we're bringing a piece of work to our senior management team later on in this week, but in relation to the actual body cam piece, the funding has been authorised to roll that out to the organisation. There are other actions we want to take around safety and security and our staff, which will be part of a sort of a larger plan for that funding that's been taken.
Okay, you're okay with that, Jeff? What about the IPR? Who wants to pick that up? Jude?
Do you want me to pick it up when I pick up the IPR? Is that easy?
We can do, yeah. Just remind us if I forget to include that. Okay, anything else on matters arising? No? Okay, thank you for that. Anything else on the so we've got the action tracker there as well. No? We have to know all those. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. That's just a note. So let's move on then to the Chief Exec's Horizons plan. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Again, taking it as read, just a few things just to work through. First of all, we've seen the medium-term financial planning framework. We've also had an opportunity to have a little bit of an in-depth conversation about this at the Finance Committee, so I won't repeat too much of that. But I think the one thing I would say, there is a consistent theme about wanting to see improvements in access, reducing waiting times, and promoting digital first and patient-led care. And that is there is a consistency how that's being described, and of course, underpinned by it being affordable. So these are really important messages for us to understand that we will work involve some of the asks that come from that piece of work into the FSP and other things as well. I think it's also just worth pointing out about the national maternity piece. There was a time when there were thoughts about which organisations would be involved in that process. There's 14 organisations now being identified, but also I think if you read the news, media, or whatever else, you can see that maternity services now is really front and centre. And again, I will just talk about the item later on this agenda about change portfolio board. What we've talked about our 4 cornerstones of change, and maternity being one of them. Just to reiterate that message, that very, very, very important. Do not lose sight of maternity ever. In terms of what we do as an organisation, and again, later on the agenda, there is some assurance about progress being made. I think the point I'm making here in the Horizon scan is complacency is just not something that we can have around this matter. Also, just we're talking about the, I say this smile with the opt-out testing because I know if the likes of Andrew Stanley et al. Were in the room right today, they would know that getting to that place has not been an easy journey, and particularly for us as the Northern Care Alliance. But to be good progress there, and when you see the data and the identification of HIV and hepatitis cases that probably ordinarily may not be identified, I think that's something that we need to acknowledge and ensure that, again, the good hard work of people to get us to this stage, and hopefully now we'll see that broadly rolled out elsewhere, because I know that there is a demand for this to be kind of universal in its approach. And then just a few other things. Again, it's important that we do reflect on the Eden Park scenario that happened a few weeks ago, when people made sure that, because we don't have public board meeting, I think it's important that we reflect on that moment. And we've seen quite recently over the weekend that we live in a world where there are a lot of things going on at this moment in time that we need to have regard to. But obviously our heart goes out to people who've lost loved ones in those circumstances, and just the ongoing feeling around community cohesion and so on and so forth. It's front and centre for us as we work through. And I'll probably do a little bit of a link into Black History Month. I've certainly been around personally, doing a fair few forums and whatever else talking about Black history, but it's not just about Black history. Again, it's about how people feel included, involved, part of something. And again, we're now in November, concerned October has been important, both in terms of just re-establishing some important principles. And then just a final point, just to kind of get across the staff survey. We're not quite at the pace we were this time last year. So I would say for the remaining days that we have in November, before the staff survey closes, we really must put our efforts into making sure that we get as much feedback as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks for that, Owen. That's a really helpful reminder. And I know a few of the board colleagues around the table were able to join the Diwali celebrations at Oldham, which was the first of its kind actually that happened in the trust. It's great to see that actually not just our colleagues across the trust, but also the local communities were able to join us as well, which was really powerful. And it was an absolutely fantastic event. I'm sure those colleagues that joined from the board will share my view on that. It's great to be there. Okay, any questions or comments on the Chief Exec's report? While you're thinking about any reflections, I just wondered, have we got an update in terms of the flu uptake to date?
I haven't the exact numbers, but we were just slightly above our total vaccination last year, so somewhere for 5,000. So we've already exceeded last year's. Can't remember the exact number around that region. So it'll be a really good start.
Yeah,
a lot of engagement, a lot of peer vaccinators. So yeah, it's going well. this year, and we'll have quite a bit of accountability in terms of different hospitals taking responsibility for ensuring staff get vaccinated. So, I think a good start.
Thanks, Julia. I think it's a really important message for us to share with our colleagues where we can as well. Just as many advocates as possible around this is helpful. It's a key pillar of our winter plan as well. So we're keen to make sure we encourage that where we can. So, Chris?
Thanks. Yeah, two points. Owen highlights maternity is well known. And is of course why we had a separate report on the agenda from Quality Committee. I think the position there, and I absolutely agree that the position there is that in terms of the safety metrics, we do well. But of course, our outcomes are more safety than our experience and other things. And I think, as is indicated in those reports, that's probably where we need to be putting our scrutiny next. So I think just think of those points of out to make them. And then on Black History, Owen, there are 3 words highlighted here, which are equity, inclusion, and allyship. And on the allyship, I just wondered if there was more we could be doing, I could be doing, we could be doing on that one. As a board, we've talked about, meeting pensions and so on, but I just wonder whether that's one where we've got a bigger role, but I'm sure people are involved with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really important point, and perhaps we can pick that up outside with Gertie, because I know we've had a few conversations about that very same point about how the board can perhaps get engaged, particularly with our staff network. I've certainly met colleagues, I know Owen does regularly as well. So I think it's about how we widen those opportunities. Really. I think it probably happened naturally anyway. But some more formal engagement.
Tends to engage with them. I hesitate to say this now, but not the usual suspect, but there are certain groups or people who you tend to engage with. This is probably.
Okay, thank you for that. Rachel.
I guess on that point, it's our board acknowledging the fact that our staff are made up of all people, and that without all of those different people, we wouldn't be able to do what we did today. And I think we all know that and are thinking that, but actually saying it, it actually means a lot to each of us to have the contribution of all the people in our workforce. And I don't think we ever state it. So I think that in itself is allyship, isn't it? And I, for one, would not want to be hearing about staff receiving abuse or anything other than gratitude from either patients or colleagues. So it goes without saying that is a formal thanks to those people.
Thanks, Rachel. Appreciate that. Any other comments or questions? Thanks, Owen, for the report. That's for us to note. Okay, let's move on then to the IPR, Jude.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Let me just pick up just point first then. So Alex has taken feedback from non-executive directors. He's made some amendments. There are further things to be done, particularly data flows for community and social care that are limited still in terms of getting all the right information. What I would say is to materially change this IPR mid-year is not an easy piece of work. And we have to make choices here. I want to be quite straightforward about this, about the capacity of our BIT. They are in the middle of a clinically led model trying to reorientate all of our data, and we are in the middle of a 5-year planning cycle. So to make material changes, we can stop it and redo something, or we can take some of that into next year and just make tweaks as we go along. I think the key for this board is what are the questions that we're asking about the data that is presented in front of us, because we can change the way we look at the data. There are some bits in here that I would say the targets are stated, but not necessarily the plan. So it looks like we're off target, but actually we've not necessarily overlaid our plan, because many of those performance targets are March 26 targets. So
you know, it'll look like you're off target, but we're actually on track with our plan. But I think we have that material conversation in the sub-board committees. And certainly I know for performance targets, that data is presented in that way. So what Alex has tried to do, if you look at the new matrix summary, is try to draw the board's attention to some things in saying, what is a special cause and concerning? So what are the things that are off track? They're showing that their material is off track, they're consistently failing or inconsistently. We've got special cause variation here. There are some other things that are showing special cause improvement, you know, so actually they look really good, they're achieving the target, but they're improving, but they're still failing the target. Now, it's telling us something. And then there's a bulk of things in the middle that is just normal variation. And that might be fine because that normal variation might tell us, you know what, they're getting better, we've got a chance of hitting the target that we've set ourselves, but we might need to do more about it. But where we've got natural variation consistently failing the target, then do we want a conversation about those things? So I am urging the board to use this matrix to say, what is the conversation that we want to have here? What's the conversation that's happened in the board subcommittees about these things? And actually, is this giving us some intelligence that allows us to really probe where we need to? So I don't want to, Chair, go through the metrics. I think it's open to non-executive directors to kind of lead that inquiry from what they've heard and seen in board committees or haven't, and then we can talk about, you know, what else we might want to do to this year. I think there is enough benchmarking slide that is missing, and I picked that up with Alex this month that we'll look to include for next time we meet.
Okay, I think that's an important point to remind us about the challenge in terms of capacity. I guess where my questions might be, and it might be even other colleagues share similar, is not necessarily in terms of some of the layout, and I think the matrix table is really helpful. And certainly when I met with Alex, we talked about that, and I think that is helpful. And for me, it's more about the narrative around what we actually explain, around what we're doing. And I think that's where I think we've consistently been saying, of course, this isn't just a non-exec query, is it a question? It's a whole board because we're a unitary board. So we all should be we should all be interested in you know, what we're doing around that, and obviously colleagues will have a view on that. So I think you're right. You know, it's about our question and quality of our conversation here at the board. But I think if we were to say there are areas that we could strengthen, I think it's still around that narrative. And I think, you know, Jeff's point about, you know, has there been much change? I think you can probably look at narrative that we've seen previously and probably you know, say that it's not that different this time. So I think that's probably where our attention needs to focus. So colleagues, I've got quite a few hands now, so I'm going to come to Tim first.
Yeah, Chair, I absolutely agree with that. I sympathise with Jeff's point, but I do think to try and rebuild this would be difficult. I really do think it's the narrative. If I just looked at the first one, our biggest area of concern on people that we're being asked to give leadership attention to is overpayments. Now that is important, and it was raised a couple of months ago. But I would say it's not a singular people challenge that the board that's come up all the way through to the IPR that is an overpayment, and it was 2 months ago, I think, the same area of concern. And I think it is that piece that in the background, if there's a single improvement plan, you've kind of got several in play called the same thing in different places. I think that would be a real. Wouldn't need a rebuild of this, but it would be the kind of framework that the IPR would interpret. So I absolutely agree. I kind of think there's a lot to sharpen up on the areas of concern and the action being taken.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah. I put out the meeting was not to ask for completely numbers, to make the point that the action of is it's just that point that is further to do. I accept the capacity, would not want us to convert that capacity away from helping us to host the video, not to change the format. Nor do I think we should spend too long debating the format of the data at the expense of actually talk about what this is and what we do. And in that regard, so just to go back on the scale, I am therefore not pushing for complete revision of this now. It would be helpful to have a list what it is that's going to happen to this with. But it has to be as patient as necessary, because we know what the change is going to be. Go back to the why it's the simple question. Where are the conversations that are driven by this? But I do think there's a need for prioritisation, which these and for simplicity. So really focus on, okay, we know what scale of the problem is, what we do about it, and the purpose of the action. Not simply what's necessary we do to backtrack. It's those sorts of conversations. And I do simply with Tim's point, there are a number of plans now. The atmosphere, the digital report, plans and exclusivity, this report, that's by everything that's all part of the was just the battle. Where we look to when about there is
Thank you for that. And so we can keep that on the snatch. I'm sure we can list out those things that are as fun change and the time scale of those. Aside from actually being them, but I agree with the conversations around what we're going to do about and where if they were wrong.
Yeah, three things if I may. Firstly, at the last board development day, colleagues may remember that we did share a slide deck that summarised all of the actions we were taking, what was coming as part of the IPR, so I'll happily recirculate that for the colleagues who didn't spot that. Secondly, our BI team produce and collate the data, the accountability and responsibility for the narrative, the action and the highlights and areas of concern is exec-led. We own that collectively. So where there's concerns, I'd encourage conversation directly with each exec colleague so that we can make sure that we are really focusing on that. Thirdly, this is a dashboard. Our papers in a board should be drawing us to the areas that we want to place focus around a dashboard, which is a signal. It is no different to driving a car that tells us something wrong. We then need to take the detail behind that, and we should see that come through committees and we should see that come through board in the conversation and the papers. Dashboards will always need development and fine-tuning. That's absolutely appropriate, and as we go through significant change in the NHS, that is more important than ever. But it remains the dashboard and it should signal things to us that we then take corrective action on.
Thanks, Paula. Owen?
Thanks, Chair. I am actually going to talk about overpayments because I think it's the broader point about overpayments that we just need to have sight of. Because, for example, in the report about the 10-point plan, one of the words that keep popping up in that is fail up. And so it's just a thought process for me that says that we've got a broader issue that might be going on in respect of how we're dealing with some of these issues, which do matter to almost most people I can think of in some way, shape or form. So I actually from the report, it's made me reflect and ask the question, what are we doing around some of that? Are we just taking that as when it happens and therefore we'll fix it? But is there a deep underlying problem? Because, as I say, if you read some of the reports that are on the agenda today, there's a bit of theme around that. And so I just want to make sure that that's maybe just an action for us as executives to just take away and have a proper to look at. I think it's the IPR that certainly raise that on my agenda. I think a couple of the points I'd say, again, we talk about filter treatment. We've got the forms, we could do that. I suppose this speaks a little bit to Jude and Lorna's points. It's probably better we triangulating the conversations that we've already had. So we've talked about RTT, into money in the finance and performance committees and so on and so forth. But it is definitely clear that we are off track. And are we satisfied as a board that we're doing all that we can to get back on track? Right, that the IPR flags that. It's also right that we acknowledge what the report is saying about our at least absolute improvement regarding the 4-hour target. We are off plan, but in terms of our improvement year on year, there seems to be progress made on that. I think there's something about, again, just recognising that, not being complacent about it, but recognising the direction of travel. But there are some things that are stuck. So 12-hour decision to wait, also particularly 12-hour waits, particularly those non-admitted, that remains a challenge for us. And when we were at the recent review meeting earlier this week, NHS England, the 6-month review, this was a theme that was talked about. So I think there's work for us to do, and I think that we are actually doing a decent point and a job that we don't forget about that. But working in subcommittees and the AAAs, hopefully we would start to see some assurance coming back that way. So some points and observations I've just made based on what's in front of the chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Owen. So I think we spent a bit of time talking about the process and not the details, aside from your comments, Owen. So Jude, back to you. Is there anything you want to say in terms of the actual content of the IPR? Did you want a colleague to
So I think it's as much to say, if we look at the AAA reports that are in front of us today and the conversation that's happened in the subcommittees, do they triangulate with where the matrix is telling us we might have issues? If they don't, then I think there's a conversation for us to be said. Actually, where are some metrics, not where we want them to be? And we cannot see in the substance of the reports in front of us here today about what is the recovery action that needs to take place. I think that's the conversation we need to have, you know, on the performance targets. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think through Finance and Performance Committee, we're clear about where we are, not just against the target, but against our plan. What more needs to be done? We've got an agenda item on RTA, which we'll pick up on the back of the mid-year review. We've had a deep dive into theatre utilisation at Finance and Performance Committee, but there's a question for us through the subcommittees. Are we confident that what's coming through to the board is triangulating with as long as this dashboard?
Okay, thanks, Jude. Rachel?
Not to labour process, but I think it'd be nice to see between now and next time, you know, that we've sort of picked 3 of these that we're most concerned about. The matrix is very helpful in saying these are probably ones we should be focusing on. But I think what I guess we're asking for is some kind of movement between boards, because we put a specific focus on a couple of the items. And I can hold my hands up and say I couldn't tell you which 3 there should be, and that's the problem. Actually, I should be able to do that. So I think, Chair, for me, it'd be what are the top main things we actually are concerned about, because there's a lot here in the boxes that are being brought to our attention. And I couldn't hand on heart say for each of these items, I know X is being dealt with in R&I, I know Y is being looked at People Committee. There's almost a little bit of an audit, I think, somebody sitting down and looking at those and saying, I know we've got good actions on each of these, and I'm not sure where that would sit as an action to be taken away.
I think some of them correlate to the paper that we've got around the north. On the National Oversight Record, because that clearly does map some of these key issues. And I think they are probably the ones that we're wanting to pay attention to. So, in that middle box on the summary page around the consistently failing target, certainly the majority of those are the things that we need to be paying attention to. I think those are things that I would say I would be really clear about. And so I guess I'd encourage us to think about the questions that we want to think about around those, because there's definitely, so sickness absence, for example, is going up.
Yeah.
Our response to that is that we're doing our, trying to improve the numbers of welcome back meetings that we're having, but they seem to be falling. So the question for me is, are we doing enough around that to make sure that those things are happening? And is there a direct correlation? Are we seeing a more direct correlation between the welcome back interviews and our sickness absence either increasing or decreasing? So that would be, I would encourage us to have conversations around that.
And I wonder, Chair, if this is where, going back to the narrative, if we all disappeared tomorrow and it was a totally different board, that narrative is missing in the report. The last thing we want is a manually created report. It should be automated and we shouldn't invest time in making it manual. But the actual content is, I think, where most of us are asking for more focus.
Yeah, I agree. And I guess it's also the little bit for me that I would say would be helpful is that by when.
Yeah.
So we talk a little bit about the urgency of some of these things, and we don't see that in the reports in quite the same way. So thanks, Rachel. Okay, I've got Carmen and then Suzanne.
Thank you. I really like the matrix slide, so I would ask that we don't lose it, because it really is helpful to try and focus in, and I support the comments that are made about that. Where does that take us? But I really like it. It's a positive addition. I'm glad we've raised overpayments. I asked a question a few meetings ago about it, and I think we lose sight of the fact of the negative impact on individuals of overpayments and them being chased for recovery or whatever actions need to happen. And I've worked in organisations where it started to get out of control, and budget holders, execs, or whoever was accountable would get very clear visibility on overpayments and be held accountable for why has that happened? Can you get underneath it? Can you make sure it doesn't happen again? Because actually the impact on engagement isn't great. And if it's only leavers or predominantly leavers, and we'd almost say it doesn't matter if they've left the organisation and we've overpaid them, it's just not good enough. So I'm glad we've got some focus on that, and I'd like to know how we are going to address that. And then the second point I had was about the better payment code of practice. And we've got a number of a long period of time where we're not meeting our target. And if we are a people, we have an anti-people strategy. Is that having an impact on small suppliers? And how are we correlating that with our reputation or not paying on time? That's a question for me.
Okay, thank you. So, Katie, can we pick up a bit about overpayments and also the sickness absence report that I made on the term?
Very happy to. So Suzanne will assist me with the overpayments because we've been doing quite a lot of work on this. It is something we have discussed at board. We now absolutely have that clarity and line of sight down to divisional level. Finance directors take that, I think, monthly into their divisional boards, Suzanne. So if I've missed anything on that, but that's absolutely there. I think if we reflect on George's presence here today and when we come to the 10-point plan later, overpayments, one overpayment or underpayment is hugely, hugely distressing because our colleagues come to work and expect to be paid and they have obligations and bills, etc. So I never underestimate the numbers. I wouldn't say there was only 101 overpayments because 101 is 101 too many. It is important that we do everything we can. We have a lot of reminders and support available to managers to ensure that we have issues corrected. The primary drivers for overpayments continue to be late termination forms, late change forms around maternity, and inaccurate or failing to bring people back off sickness. So we are working with that and ensuring that managers are aware of their responsibilities. We send out reminders, and as I said, that level of granularity is shared at care organ divisional level. In terms of the sickness action plan, you will pick that up again as we come through to the National Oversight Framework. I think it's important to remember organisationally that we only started asking for the return to work, the welcome back compliance, to be reported in 2024. We are still developing and working on that. The reinstated performance reviews, we've had quite a conversation about this at the People Committee, because obviously this is an area of significant concern for us there. There's two very clear actions for all of our colleagues, is to ensure that return to work, welcome back conversations are happening and that we're recording that. It's not just because I say so, there's a wealth of evidence, be it Ipsos Morios or the Chartered Institute of Personnel Development, to tell us that welcome back interventions are the single most effective way to support our colleagues to ensure that we reduce absence and that we prevent absence moving forward. We have the health and wellbeing staff resources again, and Owen's already mentioned the staff survey, but I think it's important for us as a board to reflect the reason we have such a good and robust and expansive SCARF programme is because we listen to what colleagues tell us that they want, and then we respond to that as best we can. The second area of sickness focus is to ensure that we have robust plans in place for any colleague who's off long-term absence. So just to clarify that for colleagues or people watching, long-term is when you've been off for 28 days or longer, so that we have a plan in place to manage your return to work, be that in the same role, in a role with different duties, or that we've put adjustments in place to support your return to work. And that's, again, something that I am pushing care organisations and colleagues across the organisation, because something really important for me around sickness absence is not an HR thing, it's a people thing, and all of us manage and support our colleagues, so there's got to be collective leadership around this, and we are starting to see a shift in that conversation in the performance reviews. If I've not covered anything, please do come back to me, Chair.
Yeah, I was just wondering about, because if our focus is around those welcome back meetings, so our compliance has gone down in September. So what do we think? What do we understand is happening there in terms of that decline?
So I think there has been a bit of a decline, particularly around that August variation in terms of increased annual leave. We have picked up the decline across a number of areas. There are some care organisations, for example, Rochdale, who we saw at People Committee this month, who haven't seen a decline, but they're also not seeing a continued increase. I think there's something around the positive reinforcement, Chair, of this. Again, I come back to it. Yes, we've seen a slight decline from August through to September, but if I bring us back to August of last year, where we were in the, just above 10 or 15%, we are seeing a month-on-month improvement in that, and care organisations are absolutely focusing on this. I think we have seen an impact in August into September, particularly because of people being on annual leave and then missing colleagues or not having it recorded. We will continue to focus on this through the performance reviews.
I think it's something that'd be good to pick up at the People Committee to understand what the decline is based on, because it was showing great trajectory, but it's a significant decline, isn't it, from August to September? So if we don't understand why that is, then we can't rectify that, and I guess that's the conversation that I think we need to be getting into. So if that's something we can pick up, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, let's move on then. I've got a great deal of, I've covered you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got Carmen. Okay. Suzanne.
Okay, so a couple of points from me. The first, I was going to make the same point to Chair around the importance of the read across the next agenda item. And is the data in this report telling us the things that we should therefore focus on, and that's exactly, I think, what we're trying to do. The second point in relation to overpayments, just to support what Katie said, and I am disappointed at that September number, because if you look back to the September previously on the SPC chart, we have a spike there, and that's the point that Gertie made around the importance of the transacting rather than termination. When we see a drop off in August, it suggests that's because we've got a period of leave. So we stood up some work to counter against that, which involved myself writing out to 400 managers, reminding them of the process, reminding them of the importance of it, and reminding them how this is a really easy thing to fix. when we talk about some of the financial challenges that we've got. Positive from that is that it did trigger a lot of activity and questions and queries from teams. So we set up a task and finish group with our colleagues from across the Gertie's team and mine, with some of those individuals out there in teams to talk through the process, talk through the training that might be needed, and we've started initiating some of that out there in the organisation. But it does come back to the management response to what is required when somebody leaves the organisation. So I think there's just a little bit more work that we want to follow through to make sure that's clear, people understand their responsibilities and capabilities, and then we can sort of embed that a little bit better. And the third point, which was around the discipline practice code, that's an error within the report, which I'm going to apologise for. It's 95% is our target, not 97 as that implies there. So it's 95% of our we have met in terms of the value payments made within 30 days and 96% within volume. So we always prioritise the local businesses when we get payment. We always do that. That's where we go first. But we have met that target consistently for a number of years.
Okay, thanks for that, Susan. Okay, Jeff?
Thanks, Chair. And first of all, to make the point that the exercise on the national outcomes framework is a process report. Don't have to say yes. It's just the need to make sure we see those outcomes, make sure that and this, so you thought to something that allows us to focus on what we make assets in terms of action, what we're actually delivering, right outcomes. In terms of this report, for me, in terms of content, the 5 areas I wanted to make sure covered. I think 3 of those 5 probably not sufficient covered in my mind. 2 are. So making plans for referral to treatment, I think, is on this agenda, and I'll have a substantial discussion on that. Urgent and emergency care, waiting times, it's not on this agenda, it's substantial. And to be fair, I don't think we gave it enough focus at our most recent plans reports committee, and we'll rectify that next time. I'm particularly concerned to understand the potential impact of left shift activities, activities by our partners to stem the flow of demand into AD and to accelerate the safe discharge of patients in the rest of our system. We know we've got very good practice across organisations, it's not consistent. And at our last 11th session, Steve Taylor mentioned that we'd be asked to use a strategy on action. So we'll cover more than I'd like to understand, is that happening? When will that come into the action planning process? My third area was budget and facility. I'm satisfied that it's on the agenda next time to talk about it. On quality, I'm not sure, Chair, you sent a very clear email to colleagues about issues about and safety, and I'm not clear from this report. Those issues have been picked up and are being formed into additional actions than those received. Finally, on workforce, I too was to raise the issue about whether we are having enough impact through returning to work, interviews, conversations, and other actions to bear down on savings, but also do you understand where gaps are wireless and why those areas are wireless, what professionals are they can go to hospitalisation that gives particular difficulty in terms of staff and pressure, therefore savings. And overall link between that and the amount of money we're spending on banking agency staff, and whether that can be curtailed.
Thank you. So let's pick those up in order then. So, Jude, anything to say in relation to urgent and emergency care and that sort of stemming the tide in terms of the partners?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things. that we're focusing on interviews. So first is virtual. We met yesterday with a SIG around funding the virtual wards. We looked at the variation in that funding, what it delivers for us in each of our places. There's a focus on funding beds and utilisation of those beds. I think it's the wrong metric. We should be thinking about that in the same way that we do across our acute hospital beds, about how many patients are we putting on virtual ward, what's the productivity of patients on and off, both step up and step down, because it's not just about discharge from hospital, it's about how urgent response teams can step into a virtual ward to avoid admission. So we got to a position yesterday in agreeing the funding going forward, how we might realign some of that funding so we've got some of that consistent theories just described across our localities. And our next step is to deep dive into those. What's the metrics we want to see about the number of patients that are on virtual wards? I think that's one area of focus, and we can take that back through Finance and Performance Committee. The second area in terms of that left shifting is our urgent response teams. So again, I don't think we're sure about what the consistency around the urgent response is. What's the makeup of the workforce? We can see the 2-hour response in here in this performance dashboard. But what's that really telling us? We should understand how many urgent response contacts we have per 100,000 population. So, actually, what does that variation look like? So again, I have asked the teams for a deep dive into urgent community response, the capacity and the demand that is apparent in each of our systems, and actually how many patients are we really getting to and what are their outcomes? Because while we can get to them in 2 hours, it doesn't tell us whether we stop them coming to the ED or not. So that deep dive is coming to performance and planning group in January. So again, we'll report that, jump back up through Finance Committee. And the third element of left shift is the single point of access through ambulance conveyancing. Now we've gone live, we can't really see a shift in the number of ambulance attendances in our ED. Now, to make single point of access truly work, we have to ensure that we've got the capacity in those other things, urgent response and virtual ward, because the ambulance crews need to have an alternative to the ED, and therefore you've got to have the capacity right to be able to ensure that we're not bringing more patients. So we are live with the SPOA model. I don't yet see that we are getting the benefits of that. So we've had further conversations with MWAS, and in the last week, we are testing the model further with a kind of mandating of crews to call the line in Oldham, which will have a consultant on the end of it, to see if that mandating of the calls shifts the metrics, because right now the calls are very low. So while it's high, we're having ambulances arriving, escalations from MWAS about not being able to offload, but actually we haven't called to see, is there something else we can do before we convey that patient? So I think we need to give that a month to see, has that instruction from MWAS around the mandating in Oldham, can we see a shift in the metrics? And if not, then I think we need to regroup. And Owen and I have got a conversation with the Chief Executive of MWAS to kind of progress some of those conversations. So 3 things for me: virtual ward capacity, urgent care response, and SPOA.
If we can forward that, I'll pick up the other issues as we go along.
What all the discussion that happens in the sort of balance of possibility, but I am interested, in addition to what June has outlined, in understanding you've got in front of our in board our sites to reflect at contact, first contact. I think there's a consistency there. And I think that the past several years, a number of walking centres have been closed to save money. basis that a group more than the centre could function would be the full building. I'm not sure what's happening. That's our responsibility. So I'd like to understand that. And also, the impact of the delays in capital schemes at Rochdale and Solid. It's good to look at any influence and what we do to solve that. Madam Chair, I am interested still in whether there is going to be such a thing as a leadership strategy or not. It is moving back.
So do you want to pick that up? Because we got this just yesterday.
Yeah, so there is work underway, Jeff, around when we call it leadership strategy, as part of the broader clinical strategy.
We will certainly make some time for that, Jeff, when it arrives. We'll go into that conversation because I think, as you've alluded to, these are some of the potential opportunities in terms of some of the demand, and it's within our gift because we've got more to say as well. And certainly, Tim and I have both been recently out visiting community services, and the ambition and the energy and the interest in doing more is definitely there. We're not pushing at our closed door there in terms of, so we just need to think about capacity and resources to be able to support that. Yeah, thank you for that. Really important point. Gertie, you wanted to respond, I think, to.
Yes, just to come back as, to assure the wider board that, welcome back in sickness absence is a focus that we absolutely relentlessly discuss at the People and Education Committee. And to answer Jeff's specific question, do we understand where the reduction has happened? Yes, we do. The marked shortfall areas were diagnostics and pharmacy, and a more slighter decline in estates and facilities from June through to August. Salford have improved and Rochdale and Oldham have maintained where they were, and we saw a slight decrease in both corporate services and in Bury. So we do know the areas where we've seen the decline. As I said, we are advised, but I've asked for additional detail, so I will take the transferred action back into People Committee. I think it's important for us to just hold true to what we know, and we know welcome back conversations are the single most effective way to support colleagues and to reduce short-term absence. We have to remember our short-term absence. Normally, throughout my career, I have seen a split of 70-30 or at best 60-40, long-term to short-term. The split in this organisation is nearly 50-50. Which tells me there's a real opportunity for us if we get that supportive approach to welcome back to reduce our short-term absence. There's lots of other interventions, particularly we've talked about flu already. We know we're going into the rising RSV and flu season, and we're encouraging colleagues actively, and Juliet's team have done fantastically this year, already way ahead of where we were last year. Well, I think we need to hold true to the single thing that will make this impact is our welcome back conversation. So to focus relentlessly on that rather than looking at additional opportunities, because if we hold through and keep with it, it's a single drumbeat. To go to Rachel's point of what are the three most important things, the three most important things for me are welcome back conversations, freedom to speak up, and staff colleague feedback. So those are the three things that I focus on all the time.
Thanks, Gertie. I absolutely agree with that, and I think that goes back to my question earlier, which is to understand the connection and the impact that can have, but it's the declining. Why is that? What do we understand about that? I think that we need to pay some attention to as well. So thank you for that. I've got Juliet and then Chris, and I'm going to try and wrap this conversation.
Thanks, Chair. Just there's a couple of things I just wanted to relate to in terms of the quality section. One of them was related to infection prevention and control. Is a little bit of a mixed picture. In there, and we have not seen the level of hand hygiene compliance that we would want, but there still is work ongoing. There still is a focus on that, but still some significant improvements needed there. Just kind of where we are generally around infection prevention and control. There's a mixed picture in the data there, but we are seeing flu come early. We're seeing flu outbreaks impacting on our ability to utilise our bed base, as well as COVID. So it's arrived early. It's going to have some significant impact. All the more reason why I need to make sure we've got hand hygiene compliance. And we've got a couple of things planned. I don't know what we've called it, Julie, but we're going to do a kind of be done festive cheer sort of bit of work in November, trying to get people to focus on the kind of environment. So, see what I think we can see when we go around, and what DPC certainly pointed out to us, and we know is that our estate is conducive to keeping it clean. So, as we start to get into winter, it's more important that we can think. So we're going to trying to put a bit of energy and a bit of fun into keeping responsible for the environment, which I think is a big part of this. So I think we, needing to pay continued attention to pest prevention control. Just want to pull out something about patient experience. We'll see here we've got quite a few delayed responses, and we've got a focused piece of work we're going to take over there. Most of this is driven by Salford, so we'll make sure we get the complaint responses back to those people, make the effort to feed back to us in time. But also, one of the things is important and links into the waiting. The biggest areas of complaints is around waiting times. So that's the thing that people tell us is most bothering them is delays in waiting. And then just one thing I wanted to pick up was nurse staffing. So there's a few parts in here which we'll sort of talk a bit more in detail the second part of the board about CQC. But if you look at bank spend, unavailability, sickness absence, return to work interviews, quality, there's definitely some work that we need to do in their staffing, certainly understanding what our staffing requirements are, how we're assisting them, and how we're recruiting them. There's some significant work to do there. Suzanne and I are working on making sure we get the right budget set in. But I don't think we've got it right, and I don't think we've got the right level of visibility that we need to have either at board or an education committee. So we need to do a little bit of work there to see what is the most important thing that we could focus on in the board, and then what needs to go down as people in education, and linking all of those things together. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia. Chris? It's gone. Okay. Jude, have you still got your?
No, that was it, unless there's any further questions.
Thank you, Vicky. Oh, you turned it off.
What I was going to say to that was just to respond to the point around payments and spending specifically in clinical areas, which was raised on Jeff. So that's a piece of work that's inherited by the medical workforce, which is part of what you see in the table for the work. There's specific work that on the medical leadership side and on the finance side moving together. So.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, if there's no other questions or comments, I'm going to draw that section to a close. We've obviously got RTT further on the agenda as well, so I'm sure further conversations there. So we're asked to receive the IPR report with the assurances. Are we happy to do that? The actions that are going to be picked up by the committees. Still lots more to do. Thank you. Okay, thanks, colleagues. Welcome, Alistair and Peter, for joining us. We were a little bit behind time, but I'm going to, if it's okay, with Suzanne asked to deal with the section 11 and the clinical leadership model rather than having you waiting around. I'm sure you've got other things to be getting on with. So you're very welcome. Let's move on to item 11 then. You can assume that we've all read the report. Is there anything that you wanted to bring to the board's attention before I invite any comments or questions?
No, I mean, I think it's all self-explanatory and hit on to questions. I don't know if Peter would like to just bring out anything in either the benefits or the risks that you want to highlight to the board.
Yeah, just to say, now at the stage of the programme where we're really focused on the benefits. So if people remember, we identified a number of benefits by each clinical group in the design phase. Now we're actually putting those benefits into a on the report into a benefits track. So a key piece of work going forward would be to understand the baseline for these benefits and then assign owners. I think probably key point to make on the benefits is we're going to have to review them again once the new leaders are in position. I think it's going to be one of their first responsibilities to look at the benefits, just so they agree they're happy with the benefits the way they've been described, and they can also add to them as well. In terms of risk, we just put one risk down, which is one of the critical milestones. The first critical milestone, which is the consultation, and I suppose just to let everybody know that if there's any further delays to the consultation, that will impact on the rest of the critical path milestone.
Okay, thank you for that, Peter. So, colleagues, questions or comments? Okay, I have got Aziz.
Thank you, Chair. I think the diagram on page 14, which outlines the case of change, should be more prominent in the columns and documents when we talk about this. I was pleased to hear you talking there about benefits, Peter, because I think, you know, we need to really focus on those in terms of, you know, so people understand why is it we're doing this huge piece of change. And in terms of the consultation, what are the significant points of difference with the BMA? Because it feels like that could significantly impact, or well, you state it could significantly impact the timetable of delivery.
Thanks. So deal with the first point first. You're right, it's very easy with a programme of this size for us to lose track of why we're doing it rather than the task of doing it. And I think that's feedback that we've had through the engagement events as well, is that once we start to describe the reason we want to move to clinical groups, standardisation, to remove some of the barriers that colleagues are feeling in their everyday work, I think they understand it, but we've just got to consistently repeat that message. A lot of the elements that we met with BMA around were resolved. So example would be they raised the issue that colleagues who were within the consultation scope probably weren't optimally in a position to conduct some of the consultation processes, and so we've amended that. So that is an example of how we've resolved it. The BMA advised that they believe that we need individual job descriptions for each of the clinical director posts. So saying that being clinical director in trauma and orthopaedics is a different role from being clinical director in, say, urology. The organisational position is that clearly those are different services, and the skills and experience required will be different. However, the generic components, you know, there's a universal standard of leadership that we would require, and therefore that's why we've produced the job descriptions in a more general and standardised way, in large part to improve our standardisation. You know, once we've looked at the leadership positions that we have currently got within the organisation, they are incredibly varied in terms of the role, responsibility, appointment, selection, time given, responsibility allowance. So we believe that actually going at this from a standardised approach is probably the better approach. There's just a point at which we are disagreeing around that. So it's an example of how I don't know if we'll be able to resolve that in terms of our organisational position differs from that of the union representatives.
I mean, where do you go with that? There's a difference. You say it might impact it significantly. Are you continuing to meet them? Is it a regular?
Yeah, so we're into the consultation phase at the moment. We haven't. We've extended the consultation period because we've provided additional materials, but we're having weekly meetings internally. But the view is that actually there's nothing that's been requested that should cause us to push out the consultation timelines. So in reality, I think we just have to accept that's a point of difference and support colleagues as best we can through the process. I mean, every single one of the leaders is being met in a one-to-one format to listen to any concerns they've got, to discuss, you know, what the future might look like, what the organisational structure will look like, what their role within that might be. And so every single one of those people are in scope of being individually met. So I think that addresses some of the concerns around, well, how will people understand what it means to them? Well, everybody's getting met with.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thanks, please. Vic.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, everybody. So just a few things I wanted to highlight. From our perspective, I think we all recognise that this is a really critical phase for the programme. It's been a complex piece of work, and because of the scale of change that we are proposing for the organisation, there's always going to be a lot of uncertainty. And trying our best to support colleagues to manage with that uncertainty. So I think, as Alice has highlighted, something about ensuring that our consultation process is concluded. I think there are lots of colleagues out there, regardless of what we say and how we describe the programme and our intentions, will have a degree of distrust because of the history, which leads them to not accept at this stage that the consultation is a meaningful process. And I think as long as we wrap around the consultation meaningful, that's why ensuring that we have taken on board everything that comes in and we are communicating effectively with the organisation, those things, I think that will close some of that gap. I also believe that there is some gap around the discomfort that, regardless of how we approach it, we've decided organisationally that we will take a participatory approach to this, whether it's related to design and other bits of this. And I think that openness is just also a change for us as an organisation. And with that comes an interaction that for colleagues and for us as a board and a programme is a bit of a learning process. Which we have to. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, really good report. Just a couple of quick points. I suppose at 282, we're kind of labelling it long-term service integration. I mean, to me, those are the real prizes. Whether that should be more medium and immediate. I mean, things around standardised clinical pathways, integrated workforce models. And see more of that, I think, in future reports. The second one was kind of, I'm really interested to see urgent care and community in the same clinical group. So again, not for now, kind of what that potential is for putting those together in a clinical group, rather than just saying that. I don't know how much thinking has gone in, but that could really unlock some of the things I think Jeff was raising there. And the final bit was just the more practical one around the 24/7 kind of site arrangements. Kind of that's a real high risk, and it's kind of the degree to which, I mean, that's not a consultation issue, that how that's been stress tested, all the right people in the room, it's just so that's probably the one for an answer now. The others are kind of more term.
Okay, so I think Jude will probably be able to speak to that element better. I think where we've always known that there's a risk is that currently our leadership teams blend the work that they do with the site responsibilities. What we've tried to do is to break those functions down. So there are elements of estates and facilities, security, there's bed management, patient flow, what you might describe as, exceptional escalations, there's a significant incident at one of the sites, who's taking responsibility for it, all of those things. So what we've done as a programme is we've identified all those functions, worked out where they would sit as a home. But what that has also identified is we think there's still a need for site leadership on top of all that, someone to coordinate it and someone to be in contact. And that's the work that the Chief Delivery Officer and Jude are working through. So that's the approach we've taken. It's very easy, very similar in a way to the work that we're doing with Place, is because the work that we've done with locality and the work that we've done with our sites have had a natural home within the site-based leadership. Clearly, there's a gap when you remove the site-based elements of the clinical leadership. What's very interesting is as you start to unpack all of that, some of that has a very natural home and it doesn't necessarily sit within the clinical leadership teams. You know, a really good example is security.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, James, is there anything you want to add on 9.47? No. You want to respond to any of those questions?
I was just make one comment about the service interface. I think it's really important in terms of how we frame what we're trying to achieve with CLM. I take us back to our earlier discussions around the table around financial efficiencies in CLM. And as a board, what we agreed was that actually we weren't through the program itself trying to achieve immediate financial efficiencies, but we all recognized that that then gave us the platform that allowed us to reconfigure services in a way that would achieve those financial efficiencies. I think the same thing applies to service integration, because historically we've tried as an organization to integrate services, and the challenge has been fragmented leadership. And lots of colleagues are required on this. What CLM gives us is clarity on the direction of the organization and unified leadership for services. And then we will build with them those steps that bring the services together. But that is what we gain from the implementation of the operating model, rather than a direct result of rolling out the operating model itself.
Thank you for that. Okay, Jeff?
Actually, 2 points. First of all, on benefits, page 14 refers to lower costs. I'm very happy to support the assertion this is not a cost-driven form. Less about the debate previously, that it normally be a cost increasing reform. So I just want to know when we will have an indication of the scale of the lower costs. Secondly, in terms of plus, page 6, the urgent emergency care community block of services has within it adult social care. I assume it's wrong that adult social care then refers to Salford adult social care services. That will be removed once those services are repatriated to council. I would also suggest that needs to be replaced by something that refers to the integration of community services or wider placement of payments. And that regard, I'm not thinking of the strategic level by the executive directors. I am thinking about that at place level. It's one thing to have people who can deal with security issues at a site level. A different thing to have people who don't have a serious conversation with these mental health services, social care services, for children and adults. What will those be on our side of the fence in that particular role? And if they're not there, where are they? And on page 11, we refer to clinical leadership. And my question there is, what's on the other side of the fence? So, what the impact of the changes at the RCB level? For us in care lines, we'll still have place-based needs, or importantly, we have definitely place-based needs. What we have locally to engage with to ensure that neighbourhood level integration is driven from a place perspective.
Okay. Alistair?
Yeah. Small amount in there. So the first thing on the financial, so as Rafiq's already said, so the assurance that costs won't go up are through the process that we have already in place around vacancy control, other elements. So there are financial controls that will prevent any additionality being placed in. As Rafiq's already said, there isn't a specific driver there wasn't a target set to deliver savings, and my own belief is that actually the benefits and the savings will deliver through having a robust and rigorous structure will far outweigh anything that we might get if we were to, say, cut our structures to the bone. And the reason I say that is the things that are really driving financial performance are things like extended length of stay, theatre productivity, etc. And that's where the big gains are. So as long as we keep our eye on that, the benefit of this is not necessarily us achieving some small scale benefits of rationalisation in the structures, but actually driving through efficiencies in our clinical services, driving through procurement benefits by having standardised approach to things. That's where tens of millions will come. I don't know, Jeff, do you want to come back in there?
Well, I think that means so many very small scale is the answer.
So I can't speak at the moment because we're still finalising those structures. So there will be a number that will come out, but given we're in consultation and as a result of consultation, structures can change, it would be not in a position to predict whether that's a small, medium or large scale amount, because obviously the structures will be revised in light of colleague feedback. And as a result of that, the cost base will change.
Can I ask go in?
Yeah, I think it's just recognising the point Alistair makes. It's premature when we're in consultation, in my opinion, to be asking or factoring in what are likely savings. On that, I would suggest that if there are any savings, that the consultation process must work its way through, because if this consultation process is true, there are some really interesting suggestions that come forward, that it would be premature, in my opinion, for us to be articulating what would be the benefits or otherwise around that. So I would suggest we let the consultation process take us where we need to be and revisit that question.
Okay, thank you. Can I also ask you to just speak closely into the mic? Apparently it's distorting the sound, we're not hearing it.
I'll do my very best.
And I wasn't directed at anybody in particular, it may be myself included as well, so you just be mindful of that. Okay, Jeff, is that answered all of your questions?
Okay, no, sorry. So I hope all the questions.
Sorry?
So that's important.
All right, okay.
So the other element was around those place-based arrangements.
Yeah.
Programme board collectively made a decision that those place-based leadership arrangements would not sit within that UEC community group. So there's been a great deal of ground covered in that regard, but that was a collective decision made by programme board. If we want to revisit that, then we would have to reopen that process up. The way we've approached it is that we have created a place work stream that's chaired by one of our chief officers. It also has one of our integrated care partners who works across into Bury as a locality, and they are they're responsible for ensuring that everything in that we currently provide and lead in place has a place to land in the new organisation. I think what's becoming clear is some of that may not be landable on the 1st of April, and we are working through transitional arrangements, leaving some legacy processes and structures in place to ensure that we don't drop anything that we need to with partners.
Okay, and I know there's a place for development in December as well, and then obviously further updates to change portfolio board in January. I guess it also might feed into the 24/7 conversation, because that might be where some of those place conversations at the senior level that we're describing, Jeff, might need to happen. So perhaps we just need to understand a little bit more about that. And we can perhaps pick that up outside of the meeting, if that's okay. Okay, conscious of time, Julia. No, you don't. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Rebecca?
Very brief one on this, just specifically on UC community, because I think it's important for us to remember UC community clinical came out of essentially input from the design, which wasn't the original intention, and it was a very, very compelling argument. It comes with its challenges, both because of scale, I think also because it is something quite different from what we're used to as an organisation, so there'll be a step over into that. Just specifically on Jeff's question, I think it's important on that specific diagram, to remember that that is just structure, that's a list of services that sit under the structure is really important, but what we can't forget as part of the CLM transition is that it is not just about reshaping what the organization looks like, it's about how we change our processes and culture and how we do things. And structure is important because it unlocks that second really important conversation. And where places is concerned, we know that places are important. From an exec perspective, our discussions with ONA have been very clear about the involvement of execs in that space to facilitate that thing as well. So it's not something that's forgotten, but that diagram is just about what services sit.
Okay, thank you for that. And I just have a quick query about the Advanced Leadership Development Programme. So it's great that we've had so much interest in participating and speaking to Lee's point about culture and the fact that this is about a change in the way we do things. So what's our capacity to be able to respond to that level of interest in terms of 500 applicants or expressions of interest?
So I think Gertie's probably better placed to answer than I am.
So we were really pleased to see that we had 500 colleagues come back. Not all of them were at the level that you would easily be putting them straight to it's called the SDLP. We've previously been referring to it as the Clinical Leadership Model Development Training. A number of those colleagues were directed to the FLDP. Again, colleagues who've been here a while, formerly known as the ALDP. And they are starting their leadership journey, or they were offered or recommended other opportunities or courses, or suggested to have a developmental conversation with their individual line manager to then plan through that. In terms of capacity, we are now, I think, on module 2 of cohort 2, and we'll be launching cohort 3 of the SLDP in the early new year, in calendar new year. And that's progressing really well. We are seeing continued interest in it. We have the capacity to continue to deliver that along with the ALDP and are working through that. So in terms of capacity, Chair, I'm comfortable and confident that we have sufficient to be able to support not only our leaders who are moving into roles under the new transitional arrangements and the consultation, but also to support a future pipeline of leaders in the organisation.
Again, I guess that's the new tracking through the people as well. Okay, thank you. Okay, colleagues, if there are no other questions, no. I think there are a couple of things. I think we heard loud and clear the risk around delays and the need to sort of progress. So we've been asked a couple of things to obviously receive the update, which we have, but also to support the ongoing implementation, including the mobilisation and transition programme, including the preparation for April 2026 go live. I think that's the message that we would want to endorse, obviously not at the expense of meaningful consultation, but at a pace that means that colleagues are not living with the uncertainty and challenge that they have been for a while, I guess. So we definitely want to encourage that and move forward as quickly as we possibly can. Thank you for preparing the report and coming to talk to us today. It's been a help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, colleagues, we're just a little bit out of sync on the agenda, but I know Andrew's joined us. Welcome, Andrew. And I'm going to propose again with everyone's agreement. George is with us for the whole time, so hopefully that's okay with you, George. If I just move to item 14 on the MFT and CA collaboration, then you can go off and do your report and stuff. Thank you for sharing us. We've obviously read the report. If there's anything you want to bring out, please do. Otherwise, I'll take some questions.
This is important too, so thank you for the paper.
You just press the button. Sorry.
So thank you, Chair. So I'm Andrew Starr, Chief Officer and Director of Operations for Diagnosis and Pharmacy Services in the NHS. So papers include, as you said, is here to raise awareness and support for this important piece of work. As I said, this is describing a strategic collaboration between ourselves, the Northern Carolines and Manchester Foundation Trust MFT to collaborate across our pathology services. This work's been clinically led, it's been jointly developed, it's been 2 years of my involvement just to get it to this point, which I think is really important. There's a huge opportunity, I think, we feel within this. Just to note, this paper was jointly produced, as I say, and it was presented to MFT board in October. And it's the same paper, so just to provide that assurance. The aim of the collaboration is around providing sustainable, high quality, high efficiency, resilient pathology services that will take us into the future for Greater Manchester. They're aligned with national directives and will help support technological advances in pathology services. The work has been so far clinically led. When I say clinically, that's medical, that's scientific staff, that's laboratory staff, and that will continue. As highlighted in the report, that's a really important element of the work as we move forward. Just a tiny bit of context, between our organisations, we deliver over 60 million pathology tests every year. Those tests are delivered by around 1,700 staff, budget in excess of 165 million, and then just a bit of further context that accounts for around 80 to 85% of all of the pathology is delivered within Greater Manchester. A tiny point of note is that whilst we talk in terms of MFT and NCA, the NCA provides through a joint venture pathology service to Manchester. So we're talking about this work, it doesn't include that organisation. As I said, the drives to change are varied and significant national directives. This is one of the 8 priority areas of work for GNTPC, as described. I think it provides us an opportunity to, as I say, provide some sustainability in services, address inequities that we can see both in terms of service delivered across Greater Manchester, but also in recruitment and retention. And I think it does offer some commercial opportunities as well as we go forward. There's a strategic outline case that's been prepared and been shared in the organisations by our teams. I won't go into a huge amount of detail on the phases, but I think to note that thinking around the programs, they will go in a phased way. First phase looking at fast track impacts, easy wins, if you like, areas where we can see some resilience issues across the services that mutually we can benefit from. We're looking at things like joint procurement. There's a huge amount of non-paid expenditure that we be able to take across our services, and to see how we can take advantage of economies of scale there. And we're looking at how we bring our streamline our job descriptions in a way which complements the national direction of travel around the roles of pathology. Alongside that, there'll be a period of due diligence, and that due diligence will really drive the next phase, the next output, I think, which will be an outline business case that will be produced and shared with boards. That'll look at capacity plan modelling, that'll look at commercial, operational model options, and assess some of the estate and digital infrastructure we have to services. As we move into phase 2, as I say, that will get into more detail around these options, the financial, hopefully, benefits of this proposal, but more importantly, how we're creating a sustainable pathology service into the future. Then as we move to phase 2 will be the formal implementation, what that looks like. But obviously, that will be defined by early phases described in more detail in the year in this paper through that APC will be produced. So really, where we are in a minute is we are establishing formal governance and a formal programme structure will sit around this. I think we will be looking to draw in experts from digital estates, HR, finance, clinical governance, the clinical teams that are involved themselves. We're going to jointly resource the programme team. I think internally we'll be looking to manage this and help in conversation with them. Louise is sharing something around how we visibility of this organisation to things like change portfolio. That's to be determined. There are some strong success factors, I think, here we'll be assessing against and risks associated with that. So we will need strong governance and leadership across our organisations. Our programme management, I think, is going to be really important just to give us the necessary pace that we require. The most important thing here is around engagement, and that engagement goes internally with our board, with our colleagues in pathology, but also externally with other organisations, including GM, as well as the GM pathology network, which we're working alongside. the risks that we will obviously monitor and work to mitigate around resource constraints, digital constraints, stage challenges, which are varied across the organisations. Digital integration is really important. So when we our strategy, our plan will need to sit alongside that. We need to make sure that the money stacks up, frankly. So that will be a really important part of what we do. As I said, we need to keep stakeholder, and we use that in the broader sense that possibly can engagement is at the core of this communication. So I'll pause there. It's a really important step in that engagement.
Okay, so I'll start with these.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Andrew. It feels absolutely right to be consolidating pathology services going across Greater Manchester, and it's brilliant that we've started this work. I mean, we've just had news of the world at the NCA in Oldham. It's only the second place in the world to have the Siemens FlexLab X laboratory automation system. Don't reference this and what we bring to the table here, but you do reference that we've moved electron microscopy to MFT, and I wondered, what moves to us? It just read a bit odd, that to me, really, in terms of reading a report about consolidating pathology services when we've got one of, it's lauded as one of the best in the world. So that just puzzled me a bit.
So thanks for that. And it's just worth saying we have FlexLab in both our Salford and Oldham labs. It is one of the only 2 examples across the world. As I say, you're right to draw attention to that. Very proud of that. The specifics that are described here as these are what I would call 0.1 in the steps that we're going to start to take a look at. It is purely very quick wins where we have service resilience issues. What is referenced in the paper is how we will look to bring some cellular pathology work across the NCA. So it isn't just to sort of answer your question, it isn't all a one-way route in these fast track solutions. But we will be looking at how we use things like FlexLab and the technology like digital pathology we've got available to us to share that out. It won't all be a one. That's just that electron microscopy is in it's one example of any more.
Okay, thanks. Laura?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a really exciting opportunity, but it really does highlight, as Andrew said, some of the core dependencies. So I'll remind colleagues, our digital footprint today, well over 1,000 applications. In that combination of how we work more in partnership with MFT and other colleagues, it will really heighten our technical legacy challenges and the barriers that our colleagues and patients face today. So getting access to see those incredible tests to actually that speed of service and getting somebody clarity about what's going on with their health is really hard today for our clinical colleagues. This will start to flush out where we absolutely have this gap around our electronic patient record right now, and that inability to provide a seamless service. I think it's really important that we put it in lockstep with what we're trying to do across the organisation to modernise. Because that's the only way we'll see direct patient benefit as a result of doing this. But it is really exciting. It will advance our technology opportunities and our process opportunities, but we have some significant challenges to get through to get there.
Thanks, Laura. Okay, Jude?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Echo what Lorna said. I think what I couldn't see is the by when. So you talk about the outline business case, but if I look at some of the phases, it looks like we're in delivery. Some of those look like delivery things rather than the outline business case before. So I'm interested in when we will see the outline business case to make sure that it does all stack up, and I think being really clear on those benefits realisation. And so while it's at the forefront of my mind, if I think about the significant investment in FlexiLab, I don't think we've seen the benefits realisation paperback anywhere, unless I've missed it. But given the significant investment, I think we have to be true to say, did we deliver what we said in FlexiLab?
or is there more still to be got out of that? And then my third point is, when we think about the outline business case, we do have to think about the wider GM pathology, and I recognise this as coalition of the willing, but as we know, pathology or redesign was often based on an ICB footprint, and I recognise where other partners are in their position on consolidation of pathology services, but there's something about not forgetting about actually this might be step one, but we should have an eye to the bigger opportunity on an ICB footprint and maybe tease a bit of that out in the LBC.
Yeah, so in terms of timescales, I think we're working to early 26 and 70. That will be the time that I've described here on how which we've actually made good steps in the last few weeks towards. The question around flex lab benefits, just to be clear, that's a revenue investment capital, and the majority of pathology CIP say that should met all of their targets this year by that flex lab. So if we need to do something additional just to provide that assurance, but just to give you some sort of quick assurance that that benefits are being realised and are within our financial position this year. And I completely agree with points around wider GM. There's a workshop that's taking place on the 20th of November to be run by the GM Pathology Network. We are, as an NCA MFT, contributing towards, as part of that, there'll be that wide conversation about how we bring other providers and services. We're absolutely clear that this is not about hiving off what we want to do is across the GM footprint. We recognise that due to the sort of scale of services that we operate with, we a lot of that works.
Okay, thank you for that. Rachel.
Yeah, I think the consistency in service standardisation is very appealing. I think we need to be probably in the business case that comes back, the outline. It's looking actually at how much of our stack of what we do does that actually cover. We've got some specialist services. Is there a distinctness to them when one of them is about efficiencies of merging with others? One is actually perhaps even revenue, where we can actually sell our services to others. So that'd be interesting to see. I think something a little more defined as well around patient benefits would be helpful, because at the moment we don't necessarily see that in this paper explicitly said. And you do acknowledge a programme risk around operational impact. And I think the point is well covered there by Lorna as well around the interoperability of tech. What would that look like actually, and how long might that period be for? I think it'd be good to get that quite transparently for us in that paper. But otherwise, I think I can currently imagine a benefit, but it'd be great to understand at what point where all of those cards have fell in the stack, will we see real tangible benefits to the experience of our patients as well as financially.
Thanks, Rachel. Jeff?
Yeah, my colleagues very much welcome this and well done. Sticking with the 2 years this court, very, very impressive. Just very small talk, really. The Finance Support Committee noted last meeting that there's a delay because of capital slippage in delivery of our laboratory integration system. I just wondered whether that relates to this programme. We solved it, so what do the team have? Is that resolved by this?
So the short answer question, that will not be resolved by this. The current limit implementation we have in the NCA is bringing a limb system, which is not the same one that MFT has. So that's why within this a big risk there is about interoperability. I'm not sure if I answered your question. I can.
Yeah, something that's future very quick. One do not have single safe possibility.
Part of that is a timing issue. Whilst we've been talking about 2 years, we've been processing chain names for quite a bit longer, so that sort of predates this agreement. There's also the MFT have a LIMS, which is part of an enterprise solution, which is something you can procure on a standalone basis anyway. So yeah, so that's why I mentioned why I mentioned as well. It's something we will need to consider really fully realising.
Okay, thank you for that. Great points, thank you. Thanks, Andrew. Any other So we're being asked to do 3 things today. So she acknowledged the strategic collaboration between MFT and ourselves to consolidate technology services and drivers behind it, which I think we've had a lot of support for today. Acknowledge the progress that's been made so far. Thank you to you and team, Andrew. And then to support the proposed phased approach to the next stage of the programme delivery. We all comfortable with those 3 things. Yeah, thank you, colleagues. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks for joining us. And for all the work, please pass on that. Thanks to the team. Okay, I'm going to suggest we take a pause there for a break. I know it's not scheduled to 12:15, but let's do it earlier. We can tend to get quite into energy. So let's do that. We'll pause the recording and we'll come back to any questions. So we've still got quite a bit on the agenda to get through, so that we can the pace that would be really, really helpful. So I'm going to go back to item 10, which is the national oversight framework. And as we said earlier, it is a process kind of description. So we can assume, unless there's anything you want to specifically say at this stage, Susan, is there anything?
No, I was just going to take the report to be honest. I mean, there's been a lot of involvement in the board in, this whole I think constantly to where we are now. We've had a bit of discussion on the NPR study, so just to make sure the board's aware that we met the time in October. We meet again for tomorrow, and I think specificity, I can say that all today, that we're trying to really focus on is really what's life in the way that we open that, what's section of those things. That's what we're thinking about those very things tomorrow in our meeting. So there's nothing more I was really going to say apart from planning framework that's been issued. It will help with this. It just means that's a little bit like a game, really. Some of the metrics that about public on a weekly basis will allow us to assess the impact of some of these actions.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you for that, Suzanne. I think it is really helpful that we've got this process in place so that we can provide that assurance. And certainly we're able to refer to that when we met with NHS England earlier this week about that. And this is the group you're going to be chairing. Helping about that. Yeah. Okay, colleagues, any questions or comments? Straightforward. So happy to receive the update on the approach and note the work to complete the NOC improvement plan. Obviously, we saw a little bit of that at the last strategic session, and then the governance that's in place around there. Okay, thanks, colleagues. Okay, so let's move on then to item 12, which is the final patient safety.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. As Mr. pointed out, this covers 2 green meetings just because of the board scheduling. And things I'd like to just highlight is in those 2 meetings. In the first meeting, we had a really good discussion about the gaps in delivery on some areas related to some more governance work that we needed to focus on, and the transition in nursing leadership meant that our nursing colleagues led by Juliet just needed more time to get on top of that piece of work, and we sort of how we would approach. And we also agreed that we would do more in-depth review, just as Scott take of where we were with the Green Action Plan, what's delivering, what we wanted it to be delivering, and what's still required a little bit further input. That came to our subsequent meeting, the more recent one, where we looked through all that. So I think we felt that we have a good in-depth understanding of where the gaps exist. And some of what was expressed in that meeting was also some emotional challenge around the reasons for some delays on some of our delivery on those things. So that was captured in the meeting and is being taken forward, led by Chief of Staff in the Chief Medical Office and other colleagues to ensure we just have continued transparency in that space. So otherwise, we'll take it as read. Happy to take questions. I think it'd be very good to hear from colleagues about the next steps and reporting. And the bit that I'm focusing on a little bit was also recognition that there is a because of the history, some trust issues that I think will always exist between us and implemented patients because they have felt harm, and also some colleagues who have been historically affected. From the background of this, as a reminder, there's the independent inquiry into spinal issues, which has been ongoing, which is going to a conclusion, and we're expecting to see a report shortly, which will also help guide what the next steps for us will be in that space.
Great, thanks for that. Rachel.
Thanks. Julia, I wondered if, obviously anonymised, but can you just share a little bit about the mismatch of stakeholder expectations and the outcome? Just what type? That'd be great.
I think my understanding of what's been commissioned isn't, and I think what they're asking for, I think I think it's more about the accountability that they think might come at who's to blame, who's responsible, and I don't think we're going to get to a place where they can. I'm paraphrasing. They're not using the words blame, but it's that bit where I don't think we're going to get to that. It's not going to get to that place, and that creates some frustration, I think, when we meet with them, which we can understand, but we're not going to get to a place where we're going to be able to meet their needs. I can't think of any better way to describe it.
Now, our focus is on how to avoid this in the future, and what to put in place to not have it happen again, whereas they're looking for a review, looking back.
Yeah, and I think some of it relates to difference about perception of what harm is.
Yeah.
So there'll be more of a focus on physical harm, and we can't ever really get to compensate for the level of psychological harm which people believe they've experienced, either from a patient point of view or from a family point of view. And so it's hard, it's quite hard to quantify.
Yeah.
And that's the bit I think we when we have the meetings, we don't seem to be able to kind of reconcile that.
No.
We're not going to compensate for that psychological harm.
I guess we're acknowledging that, and it's part of the discussion, which hopefully will be appreciated, even if not addressing the main issue.
Yeah, I think it's quite. I think it happens when you get about people really have experienced some harm, psychological harm, and it doesn't matter to what extent we acknowledge that. I don't think we're going to help deal with it. I think there's an expectation or a need for us to help deal with more than we can deal with. That's way to describe it.
Okay, thanks, Juliet. Repeat, did you respond?
If I'm waiting in the line, well, that's right.
Okay, Jeff?
After the review that Susie conducted was very thorough and very helpful, and threw up a lot of additional actions which can't be actually in this short report. Recommend to any board members who wants to see the wider to that review. The minutes are very thorough, and there's a plan being produced to recommend to that to get the full picture. I agree with Pete that there's always going to be a level of challenge around trust with those patients and families who are just affected. Nevertheless, there is the risk of losing more trust. We have had patients and families who have been really helpful to us, really to cancel this group that relies on their own patient, and we shouldn't risk. And one of the actions that come out of this review, and it's reflected in the minutes here, is to put this single contact in place for members of the patients group. I do think we need to just solve any issue. The second one, so I want to highlight is the face-to-face meeting, the staff from the effective local staff. And there is on this, but I can't stress enough how we do that. Do it again. So I do think these particular mechanisms need to be captured in our thinking here. And finally, rather than cite off the report of the independent patient safety investigator,
Okay, thank you for that. Jude.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of, this has been the subject of the agenda through the RQRs, isn't it? Is there anything that we're seeing here today in terms of the assurances that we've given through to region, through the RQR process, that is in conflict with what we have shared with them? Because I think, remember, we closed it down in the region. So I don't know if there's anything in terms of this review now that is in conflict.
For everybody's benefit, that's a rapid quality review that's conducted by NHS England. Yeah. Pete?
Thank you, Chair. So regarding that last question, there's nothing that is in conflict. That we've always been very transparent with NHS England and with patient groups are involved around where we are and data, etc. So I don't see that as a conflict. Just for convenience and for accuracy, our rapid quality review process is not yet closed down. This is part of it, but is heading in that direction. So they haven't closed it down yet. In fact, that's just for accuracy. What I would say just about these comments and everything else is, as an organisation, we can provide transparency and we can provide action on things that we can change. We are not in a position to deliver on justice there's a big spectrum of what people are expecting from both what we're doing internally, but also what the independent inquiry should be doing. So I think there will always be a challenge to meet that wide spectrum of expectations. There is some really valuable learning from all this process for us as an organisation, and the harm point that Juliet pointed out is an important one, because we talk about harm from a sort of healthcare definition of how we grade that harm, whereas for non-healthcare professionals and impacted patients, even if we are grading their harm as low harm, the reality is they have experienced significant impact in their lives. And so part of what we're doing out of this is we prepared essentially to capture some of those thoughts, and we need to feed it into how we interact with patients in the future to recognize that, because sometimes it can feel patients has felt very drawn how we have dealt with some of those things because of our definitions and our approach. I think the independent inquiry is going to be really helpful, because ultimately this is an independent national group that has looked at what we have done, what everybody else has done, has spoken to all the stakeholders, and that will help our own stock take. So the work we've done, plus that married together, will provide us with a very clear roadmap with what our next steps should be as an organisation, and also makes it easy for us to have a degree of confidence that whatever we agree has been validated, and we can rest from that. Very final point for me is it is difficult because of the nature of the thing that we are dealing with within the regional site group to very clearly demarcate scope. There's also these things have downstream impacts and ripple effects on other bits of the organisation. So I think one of the things that as a board we will need to touch on and we will discuss with the regional site is just avoiding creep of scope, because that was for a very specific set of things that we were trying to achieve, but at the same time not losing those connectivities with other pieces of what we need to do. Thank you.
Chair, sorry to go back, Chair. Chair, what we said, very good. First of all, on this question of whether psychological report can be recognised, and still circumstances of what these policies We may not do that, but I know my experience in response to disasters that are trying to test basically. So we should say how we want to lead through the questions what we do. Secondly, I trust that we have sent to the independent reviewers Susie's work, because I think that's ultimately that was to what we are doing. Thank you.
Just come back on that. Susie has been the link person with the independent inquiry, and she has shared all of the information that we have had. I need to get back to you on whether that specific report has gone to them, because we had shared the content of the report, if you like, the essence of it will have been shared. Whether we shared that specific report because of the timelines of submission is something I will need to come back to.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I forgot something. On the question justice, I agree with Juliet. You have a feel of that. However, as I recall, it was a GMP investigation as well. The rest is all.
Great.
So we covered we spent a lot of time with families and various conversations. I agree with Juliet's point that the ability to reconcile how people have felt and remedy that. I don't envisage that happening. But on the justice point, I know that I have apologised. I responded on behalf of the board, given an apology. The degree to which that's viewed, it's not really for me to make a judgment, because it's about the person receiving that, whether they think that that's sincere or authentic. But there are other people who've been involved in this process over several years, where in the family's view and some of the staffing group's view, their opinions remain silent. And, there's a question for people to, I think, ask themselves, is that still a credible position, given what was published in the Green Report, what was published in the Spinal Look Back Review? Is it appropriate to remain silent? That's not a question that I think is addressed to anybody here, but there is a question. And as I say, if people choose to maybe come forward and think about apologising, does that close a gap for the factors we're talking about? I don't know, but I do know the absence of it remains problematic.
Okay, thanks. Owen, yes.
Yeah, I just think it's probably worth reflecting for us collectively as a board that in addition to the patients and their families, we have a Rafiq and colleagues will be meeting with, Jeff's already mentioned the injured bully group. Actually, it's a wider cohort of colleagues, and we've done a recent review of the spinal service and where they feel they are at the moment. And I think we need to be mindful that in the same way we've just reflected in terms of providing satisfaction or justice for our patients, there may well be limitations in how much can be achieved for some of our colleagues. For example, I quite often have to deal with conversations where an individual has raised a concern or an issue, that they then want the full detail of what has transpired, which is confidential. And it's a tricky balance that we will have to manage. And I'm very happy to support Rafiq with that. But think it's good for us as a board to recognise that we may not equally be able to satisfy our own colleagues in respect of some of the areas they still feel are concerns to them.
Yeah.
So the Greater Manchester Police got to a position where at a point in time they didn't believe, and it probably been tested with the Crown Prosecution Service, they didn't believe it reached a certain threshold in terms of the matters, and that wasn't just matters for any individual involved, that was also matters for us as a trust context of potential compromising. However, whenever new information comes to light or when things get considered, obviously, Greater Manchester Police and others can always review that position if things change. So this is one of the reasons why, I would say that it's very, very important that people don't just go around throwing comments left, right, and centre that what they say is evidence-based. And I think that's just one thing to say, even though that this is an aspect of it, but it's an important aspect if you're a member of the family. But there's still a desire of one of the affected family to get to a running process. And I think there's something about being mindful and respectful of that and doing what we can to help where it's possible to get at least to that point. So there are things that still remain outstanding, but in terms of GMP, they communicated with the family, particularly the family that would be really directly affected by any GMP consideration, that at the stage it reach a certain threshold. Again, and this is not me saying this is a next step or whatever else, but just because the police maybe come to a determination and the Crown prosecution come to a certain, that still doesn't rule out, for example, civil proceedings and so on and so on. Again, I will be really, really clear. I know of no civil proceedings, but I'm just trying to say there's still probably a lot to work through before we're at a stage where any of us would see this as anywhere near concluded.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Any other comments? No, that's good to know. Thanks, Rafiq. Okay, let's move on then to item 13, which is the resident doctors working lives template. You can assume we've read the report, but if there's anything you want to say on George,
Thank you, Chair. So just as a brief introduction, I just want to reiterate, and I think everybody here would recognise and understand the importance of resident doctors within the services and the care we give to our patients. So it's something that we've always been very conscious of and focused on in my time here. And but you'll see a lot of what came out in the national template plan stuff that was already in hand and we're progressing on in the organisation. I think from a resident doctor perspective, George is here to give his perspective and to present key points in the paper. But again, I think we recognise that some of their working life has been a challenge. We are trying to ensure that there is a voice for resident doctors. And so for about a year now, we've had the chief registrars until a few months ago are represented on our medical councils, where they sit as equal partners with our most senior medical colleagues in the organisation. I think the 10-point plan just gives us another opportunity to ensure that that voice is heard and responded to by the board. I'll hand over to George just to highlight any issue wants and
Thank you, Rafiq. Yes, just to highlight, the Chief Registrar is a training scheme that aims to develop future clinician leaders. It's a one-year program, so it's something that will change every year, and we get protected time. So the opportunity to be here and see this is a fantastic opportunity for me. So thank you for allowing me to watch and contribute. There are around 1,100 resident doctors within NCA, so it's a large group of our workforce. 650 of those are rotational trainees, and 450 are locally employed doctors, but often on short-term contracts between training posts or international medical lecturers. So getting this right is really important for a large part of our workforce. One of the points in the 10-point plan is that there is a peer representative to the board as a resident doctor. So logically, that follows that that's the chief registrar and through an exec through Rafiq. A lot of the stuff in this plan links to things that we talked about already in this board meeting. So things about payroll, things about productivity, things about morale, things about sickness. And I think if we get this, if we get these 10 points right, not all of which apply to us, some of which apply to NHS England, and from a health education perspective, then really we can help improve a lot of those factors. We have presented this to the Resident Doctors Forum, and we've had some feedback that we feel is very representative of the current context and that's an ongoing piece of work. Lots of these areas we score well in. None of them are perfect. Every aspect of this, we have small areas to improve. There are some areas that are more concerned, as you can see it in the report. The thing I personally would like to highlight as a resident doctor is with regards to rotas. We've talked separately that there's lots of frustration. The biggest source of frustration with any organisation is timeliness of rotas. There are lots of contextual challenges with that, not least the information that we receive about rotational resident doctors, but also within that structure and some of that, I'm sure we'll link into CLN and matters about how we ensure we get rotas to people in a timely manner. But overall, I think we do well. I'm pleased, and I envision that NCA should be the best place, one of the best places in the region for resident doctors to work. Because if it is, people can get as consultants, training, so happy to take questions.
Brilliant, thank you for that. Thanks, Joe. Any comments or questions? Owen?
That's what my job. This seems ready made for you at that point in time. That's it. Thanks for that. Thanks for the clarity of it. I think for me, and it's not really directed to you, but certainly for us as a board. So it's really clear. Inconsistent provision of rotas at least 6 weeks in advance. That's an issue. I know the proposed solution is centralising rota coordination and specialist staff. I've got real when will that happen. I don't want to have loose things that we're aspiring to do. I'd like to know when that is going to be in place. As I said, I referenced earlier the payroll thing. It seems like there's several examples in the narrative that talk around payroll. Anybody in here, we wouldn't be happy if our basics, hygiene factors around payroll weren't being addressed. So why would that be any different for resident doctor colleagues around that? The exception reporting implementation again seems to be problematic. But again, you've got language of a gap analysis. The question is, when's that analysis going to get done? When are we going to get some clarity? When is that going to get replayed back to resident doctor colleagues so that there is a sense of movement? So there's a couple of things on those, but I just feel that, you know, we're talking maybe around process here. I'm trying to get to the outcome stage around that and having clarity around that. So I like that. Again, these are not questions I'm putting to yourself, please. And I think they're for the board, and particularly for thinking around that. And I had a bit of anxiety, I must admit, when and it was good to hear you just replay about resident doctor colleagues looking at what we were describing and being able to recognise it. But the anxiety when I saw like NCA scored 77% on the initial baseline, placing it amongst the best performing trusts in the Northwest. There's two things about that. I just the thing about me that just says, well, that's a bold statement. I probably myself personally, and this is my own curiosity I need to sort out. So I will go from just trying to understand really what does that mean. And then even then I say, but is Northwest the benchmark we would want? Would be a couple of things on that. So at that point, I think there's just something that I need to assure myself that 77% is real, and that be by speaking to resident doctors about aspects of it. And thank you for recognising that we're making some progress. But there isn't one area where we can't make further progress. I think that's important to take on board. But as I say, the job's yours.
Okay, thanks for that, Owen. And I think on the point of exception reporting, I'll take further questions before I come back to Pete, so you might want to respond to a couple of these, but it was definitely on my concern list that I think we're expected to provide exception reporting, so I don't know if we can afford to have a gap in between, so what we're doing in between. So I'd be interested in that. But I'm going to go to Gertie and then to Ruth.
Thank you. George, thank you. It was lovely to meet you this morning. And as much as Owen said it, you can certainly have my position anytime. I think, first of all, I think it's, again, I'm going to reiterate what Rafika says. Our resident doctors are so important to us. And a lot of the time we don't necessarily see the numbers because they are quite a large proportion employed by the lead employer. And that was around improving and modernising medical careers at a point in time. And I think I would want to note, I think the report itself is really strong. It really sets out the emphasis of the 10-point plan and where we are against it. There are absolutely areas we need to do and will do better on. I think the exception reporting, as you mentioned it, Chair, is an interesting area. Traditionally, exception reports have always gone to the educational supervisor. And actually, this is a feedback point from resident doctors themselves that they felt inhibited to always exception report in terms of career and references, etc. So we will find a solution to it. It's not a if, but it's a when. And to come back to Owen's point, and we'll follow that through. I think there's something around making sure it's better than the minimum, though, because it is important that we have a really robust and supportive way for our resident doctors to raise those exceptions. And we have commented quite a few times on payroll here today, and I just think it's important for us as a board, in the context of this report, to note that the payroll accuracy is 99.5% accurate. And in the year to date, we haven't had a single payroll overpayment in respect of our resident doctors. I did say earlier 101 overpayments is 101 too many, but I think to understand the implications for our residents, that is not something that we're there. Notwithstanding, I think there's a conversation Rafika and I are taking forward around how do we draw out and specifically flag and highlight those medical overpayments, not just resident doctors, because as we saw in the IPR earlier, individual overpayment for some of our medical colleagues can have a significant financial value attached to them. So there's something about how we improve that.
Okay, thanks, Gertie. Chris?
Very quick. Great to see you. A bit like, I mean, my eyes are always drawn to words like we'll explore. That sort of isn't where we need to be. We need to be doing so. Let's be a big given. Where I think on what's described on the schedules, the centralisation will improve it. I think we've got to recognise that the nature of the training today, resident doctors, has changed. Many more people out of programme, there's many more people part-time. These are the issues where when you dig beneath the surface, that problem manifests. It's not for the regular trainee who's predictably rotates. So I think there's a bit more to it than is described here. I'm sure though the process that you're involved in will address that, but because cautioning a debate sounds also about promising solutions when I think that people can. But you probably remember about
Okay, any other comments or questions, colleagues? Repeat, do you want to respond to any of those? Yeah.
If that's all right, but can I just check whether you want to?
Just say, I agree, 37% is, you want to be scoring 100%. Some of these aspects are all aspects that an employer should be providing. So although that's 7%, anecdotally, we don't have one between as far as the score is reasonable in the Northwest. I think we could be, should get 100% on this. And to pick up with rotas, it's hugely complex. If you sit and try and fit an increasingly complex workforce into an increasingly complex, intense, or less intense varied rota, it's very difficult. And our structures reflect what happened 20 years ago when you had just trained doctors who were rotational at the full time. Actually, it's a far more complicated. The fact that I am here, I had 2 days a week. That needs to be factored into the rota. So that is why I think the increased expertise rather than somebody who does a bit of on the side.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. And just round off, so I think it is appropriate for us to have healthy skepticism around some of the issues that are presented in front of us. And I want to also just emphasise as well a point that Chris has made and George has followed up on, the landscape from a resident doctor perspective is changing, and in some ways this is about legacy systems that were applicable and appropriate for a different workforce trying to catch up with those changes which are happening really quickly. So there is some of that. In terms of a solid plan on the points that have been raised, that is being put together. I think we just need to remember that George and colleagues took this paper and the contents of the gap analysis to the resident doctor forum on the 30th of October, a few days ago. And so based on that, now we've had that discussion, the full plan will be built up and will come through the right governance. The residents doctors forum, and it's something that I will pick up, does not see the level of engagement that we would want it to. So as George has noted, we have well over 1,000 resident doctors in this organisation. Often it is less than a handful who are at the resident doctors forum. So one of the challenges that I think we will have is ensuring that we have the avenues to actually hear that voice. We're putting in place, yes, connectivity with chief registrar, connectivity with the board, but then on the side of that engagement. And I think that's partly because some resident doctors are rotational trainees, and so psychologically they don't feel like this is actually their parent organisation. Some for a couple of months and elsewhere, so there's some work to be done there. I think we also haven't completely cracked this separation between our rotational doctors in training and the locally employed resident doctors. I don't think they see themselves always as the same. That resident doctors form is for just a couple of technical things. So exception reporting is already in place. What we have though is a change in the system which is coming in, which we need to respond to, and that gap analysis in that space is to understand what we need to do to be compliant with that. A lot of this work related to payroll, related to resourcing for water management and ensuring that we have consistency across the organisation, already things that are being discussed again between us as a medical leadership and finance colleagues as part of the work that I referenced earlier to ensure that we're seeing that effectively. So noting we will take all those things on board and led by George, we will articulate that plan.
So there's no gap in the exception reporting, and it's just that you're introducing a new system that will be in place from February next year.
There is currently no gap in the system, so we have a compliance system in today's world, but we will need by February to adapt it to a different system that essentially takes some of it away from local management and certainly because of the appointment that Bertie made and Bertie more centralised across it.
Thank you. This you still got your light on, is that
just, I feel that I should make this comment. That it's great to see resident doctors represented here, as of course the staff of the organisation represent lots of different clinical groups. And I think in terms of thinking about how that is responded to by the board, we just need to bear that in mind and be cognizant of that. This is buildings here for a very specific purpose for reasons which we all understand about resident doctors. But I just felt I had to make that comment out to the members of staff. It's important we remember that. Yeah. It's slightly gratuitous, but I think. Yeah.
Excellent. Rachel?
And keep just wanting to link the flexible working point or the variety of work patterns in the workforce. Memory fails me on the name of the colleague, but Jeff, in our sort of second board meeting, there were two nursing colleagues who came to talk about flexible working pilot that they'd implemented in their team. And I just wonder if there was some learning that could be got from that piece of work, because I recall they reported huge success. You were there, yeah, I remember you were there. So it's it could be worth just looking into that, because even though it was a highly manual process, they had a lot of success with the way in which they dealt with the flexibility that their staff wanted. So I don't know if you'd mind picking that up with you.
It was okay.
Right. Thank you.
Just one thing, sorry, responsible first.
So it's not necessarily flexibility per se, Rachel, and actually flexibility is something organisation we've put a lot of work in the last 2 years and have seen improvements in the staff survey response on the back of that. This is around where we've agreed, or the deanery, for example, the lead employer has agreed with the individual colleague that they have a flexible working pattern, that they receive their work schedule 6 weeks in advance. We can't plan a life. You can't receive your work schedule for next week today and be expected to plan your life, your commitments, etc. So it's not around the agreement of flexible working, it's around the provision of the rota.
No, this was in line with that. It was about the application of availability to the demand. So it was very specifically about that pilot.
I remember that discussion well, and there is an equivalent in resident doctor field, which is self-fostering, which we are looking at and have pilots across the organisation. Some of the challenges are structural, because our mainstream adopted system doesn't currently do self-fostering, and so the pilot's been in other systems. Go back to Lorna's earlier comments about the number of systems. It's one of the things that we just need to get our heads around. But absolutely, we're very supportive of that, and it has been evidenced to improve resident doctor lives.
And I think it is a topic of conversation amongst resident doctors, and has been at forum, as I understand the sort. So good that it's on your radar. Okay, thank you, colleagues, for that. I think it's great that we're having this in front of us as a board, and it was as a direct kind of request from NHS England. But of course, these are just the basics, aren't they, in terms of the 10-point plan. What we're interested in is providing a good working environment for all of our colleagues, doctors included. And so the fact that we've got a dialogue, more structured dialogue, I think it's really, really helpful. So please, George, don't limit your conversation with us to the 10-point plan. We're interested in much more than that, about what your experience is of working at the NCA, as we are with other colleagues as well. So please, continue to alert us to those things as well. But colleagues, we're being asked to do a couple of things again today. Obviously, support the plan around confirming the self-assessment position, and the speed to the resident doctor forum, and the concerns are set out in 3.4 and 3.8 in the report. So we know we've got more work to do, and the fact that this is a board level expectation for us to consider a 10-point plan, which we have done, and presumably will continue to do over time. But thank you very much for the time you put into that, George and Rafiq. Appreciate it. Okay, colleagues, everybody okay with that? Yeah, okay, thank you. So let's move on then to RTT, George.
Yes, thank you. So why is this paper here? Because as part of our mid-year review, we were asked to resubmit to NHS England a revision to our trajectories on the key elements around plant care performance. They are referral to treatment targets, so the percentage of patients treated in 18 weeks, the total PTL size, total waiting size, and the number of patients that are in treatments. We were given that our position is flat, and we've seen that through this board, not changing. We made some revisions to that trajectory that reflect the reality of where we are today. And that signalled then to NHS England that we weren't going to be able to deliver our trajectory unless something else changed. As part of that submission in the slide deck that the board members have got access to on the mid-year review, we then outlined a series of actions, further actions that we could take that might bring us back closer to plan, if not on plan, but what that would require in terms of support from NHS England, or some additional funding support or mutual aid. So we had in part that conversation on Monday with NHS England colleagues. What's set out in this paper is what those planning assumptions were when the board signed off the plan, and what materially has changed since those planning assumptions, so that we can understand the narrative story for ourselves. And we've had some of that conversation through Finance and Performance Committee. There are probably a few key areas where I think there is still some opportunity, if you like, to do something different, but none of them
or some of them are not without the requirement for some kind of investment in them that is not to the extent of the £23 million gap that we talked about at the start of the year in terms of the planning assumptions, but require us to do something different. So the things that are in our GIP, we continue to drive the productivity improvements through the template redesign, the theatre utilisation. As a reminder, we have the ask of NHS in 2% productivity, 2% SIP. We have cycled those productivity improvements into the SIP programme. And so the reality of the benefit back into the RTT waiting list 52-week targets is going to be limited in year. There is in part a mutual aid benefit that we had last year, and particularly with writing to the family. We are actively engaged with WWL in those mutual aid conversations. Some of their criteria has been somewhat more restrictive this year in terms of the clinical criteria, and that alongside some restrictions on not only the volume of patients, so it's 20 patients per month, but also where the patients can be taken from in the totality of the waiting. So last year we took longest waiters, which benefits 52 weeks, as opposed to this year, they only want to receive patients under 20-week waits. So we've had a couple of conversations, and we're continuing with a weekly conversation with the ICB, with colleagues from WWL, to look at actually where we can get some greater benefit from that. And I can see some flexibility potentially on WWL's part to certainly accept longer waiting periods as long as we hold the bridge, which I think we to do. Those patients are in our position anyway, but also they're revising their clinical criteria for their lead hub and looking at what more they could do at the Wrightington hub, which is where we really need it. So there's a potential for some more benefit through that discussion. What's not yet manifested itself in our position this year is the deflections and demand managements and the tier 2 schemes that were an ICB action in actually ensuring that we'd stood up some things. There was money in the system this year that was to mobilise solutions around deflections, single point of access, some incentive schemes for GPs around referrals, and advice and guidance. Those schemes are all live this month, but we can't yet see the benefits of those flowing through to our position. So the trajectory that was submitted to NHS England doesn't reflect those benefits yet, as we can't see them. But again, if we think about the next kind of quarter and a half of the year, we should see some benefit of that, given the investment that's gone in. There are some digital validation elements. So we piloted in Q1 where we saw a benefit, some digital chatbots, where we had some innovation funding that was given to us, and we engaged about 20,000 patients. They were largely in the follow-up category, but some were news, or follow-up capacity creates capacity for new patients to be slotted in. So 20,000 patients. We had 1,700 deflections as a result of that. So that gave us a benefit of being able to use that capacity for new patients, or even urgent follow-ups as part of the pathway of care. We reached back out, given the success of that, and asked for a prize for 40,000 pathways to look at actually where we might deploy that. And another area where we have got opportunity is in our community waves. So the grip and control process through access and performance meeting that we applied to our hospital patient target list, patient treatment list. We haven't got quite the same systems in community. We progressed that through performance and planning group. We have some new terms of reference, and we could target some validation to those community lists. I think that will give us a benefit. and they may also benefit from some of the chatbot deployment. So we're just waiting for price to match. The final thing where the biggest benefit will lie in us not doing more or doing less of some things, which is the deflections and the productivity gains, but doing differently. And that is the outpatient disruption work that we've tested. So you can see in the performance report this month, well, for the month of September, we've seen a slight improvement again in October, that we have had for the first time in several months a reduction in 52-week waits. That has been as a result of some of those outpatient deflections that we've tested across 5 specialties, neurology being a big one, dermatology being another, because that's where some of our very longest waits are. We have got clinical roundtable on the 20th of this month. We've got colleagues from NHS England coming. We have got what we see is some opportunity. We certainly got quite a bit of clinical engagement in that, where clinical teams are saying, you know what, we can really think about how we feel about outpatients differently. And that might be slightly different models for different services, which is okay. But bearing in mind, we have an opportunity to think about not referral to diagnose, but diagnose to refer. And that's about how do we increase our diagnostic capacity and our CDC capacity better with GP, so that we can avoid the need for a referral in. I think advice and guidance on the basis of a GP letter is not as comprehensive as having a diagnostic test and a GP letter and information with it in order to deflect referrals. So there's some real opportunity, I think, in that space, and that will be the conversation that we have on the 20th of November, taking the learning by specialties we've had. We've got 5 to 6 more specialties to engage. So we've got a bid in with NHS England with the regional team. It's 3.1 million GM. The outpatient disruptions that we did were the basis of that bid. So we expect, while that bid is coming back to GM, that a proportion of that funding will be cycled through to the MDA. I understand that that bid has been received positively by region, and there is a dialogue with national colleagues. So I don't think it's, you know, £23 million worth of funding, but I think there is some funding to support chatbots, to support some of these outpatient disruptions, and to support, I think, the continuation of some validation resource that will help us close that gap. I have committed on Monday at the mid-year review that I will take some of that and revise the trajectory again to see whether some of the things that I've just outlined get us closer back to our plan, or indeed enable us to deliver the original plan that we set out to the board. So I will take that revised trajectory when we've completed it, and completed the conversations with NHS England back through finance and performance committee.
So thank you for that, Jude. Just so I'm clear then, because obviously we've had the mid-year review at the beginning of the week, where I think the ask of us was revisit the numbers and come out with the answer that we want, which is we need to close the gap. So what are we being asked to do here that's different to what that was?
So this is because the ask from the mid-year review was that the board had line of sight, and that the board had seen the the revised trajectory that says we're off plan. So this is just for transparency. Our board committees didn't align with the mid-year review. So I think it's just to understand, and we've had some conversation with the finance committee, but all board colleagues to understand that we are off plan, that we have signalled that for the first time to NHS England that we are off plan, and that and the reasons why that is from our original planning assumptions. I think what the ask is, over them, the board can see that,
is that based on conversations that we had on Monday, that I will continue the dialogue with NHS England around some innovation funding and look at where that might get us. I think the conversation here is if we don't get any of that funding from NHS England, maybe to mobilise the chatbots, maybe to continue with the outpatient disruptions. Is there really in our financial plan the answer to this to fund any of those innovations else?
Okay, thank you for that. I've got a few hands and then I'll come back between. So, Jeff.
Absolutely. First of all, I'm surprised that it's the first time NHS has been told that we were likely to achieve the target. We know that for a year or two. So if I was there, I'd be surprised. I think it's surprised in these circumstances. Second point is that if I hear this right, whoever at this moment in time is going to try and find a bit more money from external sources, use that intelligently, try and put the gap. But I'm not clear at the moment, and I accept that we're working on how close we really think we get to that, and how realistic is that. So I think it's at the board stands the answer to that question. If you can't get space to ourselves, that's very specific. My third point is to try and draw out some of the lessons from this. Sure, Suzanne can talk more effectively than I can, but the room for injection of our own funds in here, no doubt will be challenging. I would not discount it myself. You know, find them more answers. Like this. That for me is the main point. Main point is we should be thinking now to set a budget for people. What does it take? And the lesson I draw from this year is to go back to April and March, when the balance committee and the board discussed the target for the year. The very clear choice for this year. Draft submission was meant to say not comply with the RTT targets. That's all targets, particularly RTT. And then in the end, they said we would. The draft said, and debated this very point. Said, if there are 23 million pounds short, we do that. And a lot of that 23 million pounds, no doubt, was going to come from the LCP, from national schemes, from mutual aid, all of it. Yeah, but that was not my memory, the totality of the profit. Even when it was going to come from external sources, it was all in negotiation. So it still is. And therefore, my best is just to continue that story. We said at the time, I think it's what we'll launch it. When we get to a point clear that we get these external things, I'm not going to achieve something. Then we'll face the challenge ourselves to be faster, to be closer to our target. We've never done that. So think about this for the future. A strong belief is we've got to understand that. Not how we do this one. On this target. How was that different policy? And genuinely, genuinely to what's required. They build to close that project. Try to get that performance, safety, and generally. I do think we can wait till January. That board took decisions on progress for the last course of this year, implementation next year, start the implementing of that. And therefore, I do think we need to talk in our December session about the financial plan strategy. Really focusing on saying, we're going to do this, and it's it.
That's exactly what we are planning to do. Suzanne, welcome back in relation to some of those things.
Yeah, just a couple of points in it, just to pick up triangulated questions about financial plans, maybe, so just so we're all really clear. So our financial plan did not include items about a financial perspective, so that is the basis of our plan. The one of the items that Jude referenced there in terms of mutual aid and working with colleagues, across the ICB and WWL, if that becomes a conversation around transfer of activity, that will need to be on a cost out basis to stay in line with our financial plan, because the activity will move and therefore the cost would. And the work around the outpatients disruption and the test of change that Jude refers to, any continuation of that will be, as Jude points out, reliant on receipt, transformation funding. Any more of that, any continuation of test of change is not within our financial plan as things stand. So that would need to be reflected through that discussion. To Jeff's point, the intention, as we've already referenced, is to use December time. So we'll be concentrating on the financial sustainability plan, but also in the context of the submissions that are going to be required for the medium term plan. First of which is going to be towards the end of December, and that will have to look through a lens of what will it take through all aspects of what we need to deliver. But I think we really need to have sort of clear understanding about the expectation of productivity too, because that's going to be very explicit. And so for us to size all those things together, we're going to have to play in what will that mean, what's the expectation, what stretch can we expect to see, and where does that leave us? And that will leave us with choices, which we Jeff in some of those conversations in early December.
Okay, so normally, Tim?
Thanks. Yeah, I think that's pretty kind of help. I mean, I absolutely agree with Jeff's analysis and memory. I kind of think that there is the issue. If we go in the same way next year, we're going to make the same kind of assumptions, and there's kind of a danger of a loss of credibility of the board to saying it's over optimistic, but it is not having that clarity of planning. I suppose the only point to add to it was similarly these material changes are impacting on all other trusts, that other trusts having to reset their forecasts.
So I don't believe any other, I can't comment exactly, Tim, because I don't know. I don't believe any other trusts across GM have reset. But what I can see is where other trusts are performing. So there are other large trusts that are not performing too much better than we are. So they've still got quite a distance to go. And whether they have got some provisions, or as Jeff said, maybe just not quite as transparent as we've been in that, we're not sure that we're going to get there. I can't.
Yeah, not for now, but maybe that is something that understanding that external aspect.
Okay, I'm just thinking about the purpose of what we're being asked to do today, and that's about having line of sight on what we've proposed. This has already been to NHS England. I think we've had a different ask now from NHS England, which is that's not okay. Go back to the drawing board and tell us what you can decide some of those opportunities that we've just heard a little bit about. So I don't think there's any benefit in actually, prolonging the conversation around this now for the purposes of the paper. That's what it is. I think we need a conversation perhaps in definitely in our December meeting around that, which was what already planned along the lines of things that Jeff has talked about. But actually we might need a conversation before then around finance, around those things that I know Jude and the team are going to be looking at around what is the art of the possible in the short term, which might mean that we need to make some changes to functions in order to be able to deliver something that we're going to be able to expect of us, which I think is a shift in the national ask. And certainly you'll have seen that in the media recently as well. So is that okay?
Yeah, Chair, if I may, I think I talked about 3 targets. So RTT, total list size and 52 weeks. The national positions of those funds are services. I think, Tim, I can't be specific on all organisations. What I can see is the national position, and the national position is up. Things going in the wrong direction. So that is an indicator that we are not alone in this sort of predicament, I think. I suppose my recommendation, if you like, to the board is there are different things that you need to do to achieve an RTT percentage target than doing long waits and total PTM sites. You take different actions along the patient pathway. What I heard, maybe not explicitly, on Monday is the focus on total PTL size and 52-week waiters. Again, with a very clear narrative about 0-65 with waits like so my recommendation to this that in revising these trajectories, that actually we were to focus on 2 out of the 3 rather than 3, and how far can I get? And I genuinely don't know yet, but in terms of what I've outlined, I need to model it through, and I need to model it through with the ICB because there are some assumptions in the demand management that they need to own in this with me. That actually we focus our efforts in the longest waiters in the total PTL size, and RTT may improve marginally, but what my experience would tell me that to get to 60% RTT from where we are is probably not doable this year. Now that's a problem into next year because the national estimate by 2029. My experience would tell me we're not going to get there. We may be able to do something much better on the 52 percent.
Right, thank you for that, colleagues.
I was just going to encourage us when we have that conversation, when we're thinking about performance and we're thinking about financing costs, that we're clear about the impact of politics, that we understand what impact that will have as we make out the decision, whether that's a decision to spend more money to hit the target or to not miss it, but we understand that in the context of impact on patients.
Absolutely. Thank you for that reminder. That's helpful. Okay, so that's for us to note. As we've said, there's further discussion to be had around that. Okay, let's move on to finance and performance report. Jeff, anything to add by way of the report being posted in front of us?
Lots of meetings together, and by the way, the second meeting was late into this set of papers. We have changed the dates of our meetings to ensure. I think the committee continues to focus on 5 things: positioning year, plan the next 3 to 5 years, performance and productivity. We will also consider other issues, particular states, and GA fuel, 1 to 2 examples of those 4 issues which you will see represented in the feedback from these 2 meetings. On budget, we are, as you know, doing well on the cost improvement programme, but the real challenge is cash, as Suzanne will outline in more detail in this. We are in a position where we don't repatriate the ground on cash, so that we can de-risk it rather than assuming that then we will use debtor support funding, which means our whole clear that's cash. That may sound a bit weird, but that's life. To help us know in terms of our petition, I suggest if we find ways of de-risking that last bit or push get the cash is right. There's not a bad area that's getting it to a position now, so we can de-risk it. On the plan for the next 5 years, the conversation I'll have to on this. I think we are basically the reality that all the work we do at zones is now made more difficult because we've got a lot of responses to the national plan guides now, and the impact on our staff to do both is significant. Also, discussion about the balance goes to be fast to that capacity, which I think we should sort of when we get this right. And on performance, we did focus on RTT, did build into our discussions on that niche as well. Safety. Finally, on productivity, is now making good progress on understanding some of the detail around this. So, for example, we've got detail around beards and productivity this time. But also the lack of understanding clearly, in my view, what it takes to improve productivity as a whole organisation. I think that's a realistic fund capital as part of the decision of the year. I wasn't thought that we made good progress on closing the gaps we had on staffing capacity. We still work to do, I think, on process. The business case process we approved this just doesn't a more gateway process, but needs to be implemented moves forward, so to speak. So it has really impacted things like theatres without any. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Just impressive report. No, it's supposed to note. Suzanne.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll take what should I put? There are some key points I'd like to draw out, if I may. So this is a really important point in the year. We're halfway through 6. So the focus on where we got to is really important, but equally where we expect to land or complete the year is just as much focus for ourselves and for external colleagues. So our year-to-date position at 1/6 in the 24 million deficit, which is a little bit ahead of where we plan to be at this stage, about $1 million ahead of where we thought we would be. The point that Jeff makes very well around deficit support, if we were to exclude that from that position, we would have a £52 million deficit at this point in time. It's going to from the numbers. So the key pressures that sit within our position at a 1/6 point, many of which were not included in our original plan that board approved, include things such as the industrial action that we experienced back in July, the impact of pay award, some of the cost of activity that's outside of our contracted plan. All those items are currently being offset with our over delivery against our cost improvement at this point in time. So some of the grip that we're showing within the cost improvement plan is supporting delivery of our year-to-date position. Overall, our pay bill substantively year-to-date it remains down, and that is offset by 10%. We touched on this earlier in the meeting today. So we do have some pressure points around medical bank officers for feet, and I mentioned earlier we're doing some joint work to really focus in particular around temporary staff and costs within medical bank space. But the majority of our temporary staff is covering vacancies, sickness and enhanced care, but we have seen quite a significant reduction, about 20% reduction from Q1 to Q2 on enhanced care, which is due to some of the work that Juliet is leading on. We're seeing that come through in the numbers now. Agency remains a pressure. The target is challenging because it's a 30% reduction year on year. We've done well on agency, we're still only at 0.9% of our total pay bill, so we compare really favourably to others, but there is still an expectation of 30% reduction, which again is some work that doing to really focus on that. As part of the planning guidance that was recently issued, this expectation in its entirety by 2029. So we really do need to focus on that metric. So if we just move us to forecast. So whilst it's positive that we are on plan at a year to date, I don't want to take too much comfort from that. Our board knows our plan was profiled towards the back end of the year and therefore becomes more challenging for us when we progress into the second half of the year. It's also important though to acknowledge that we did receive and support a financial recovery plan at our meeting in September. That is in motion and that has a pathway through to a break-even position, which again we're still coming to, that comes with risk with that, and we'll spend more time talking through that. What one flag that we will raise, and we will talk again in a bit more detail later on today, it's just understanding the context of challenge with the potential of more industrial action that may come in the year, understanding thoroughly the impact of winter as things emerge and any of the improvements that we might need to address from CQC. So we stress testing all the time some of our financial forecasts in the context of those things. Jeff has already very articulately described our cash position, which is probably the biggest risk that I would flag to the board. Remains the biggest risk, hence we stood up about risk right at the start of the year to make sure we constantly pay attention to this. The cash committee is up and working well, and we'll really focus on those actions that we need to take around cash preservation and to make sure we're doing all we can in that space, but we are wholly reliant on retaining the deficit support if we're to avoid putting in a cash application from this board to NHS, the timing of which could be as soon as December or in the new year if that's not the case. The board is obviously aware of that, and we will need to take that to the finance committee back to here for approval if we're going to make that application. And then the final point, and just touched on it around capital, even though we have seen slippage in a couple of key projects, the UEC schemes at Salford and Oldham, there has been a window that was opened nationally to declare where there was slippage anticipated so that we could work to broker that into future years. And that's the basis under which we recognise that it is ambitious, was to complete 2 projects at the heart of our hospital front phase in 1 year. So we declared that slippage and we will hopefully be able to look that into next year to complete those because they are really themes.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions or comments? No, that's for us to know. Obviously, we'll have further conversation in part 2. So we're noting the update. There is potential mitigating actions that are included in the report. Everybody okay with that? Thank you. Thanks, Suzanne. Okay, let's move on to the quality committee.
Thanks. Very conscious of time.
Thank you.
You have the report. I would say the usual caveats, which is the discussion of the committee is recorded fully in the minutes. This is a highlight, so there are other things in the minutes that are not in this highlight. The other thing is to say thank you to the executive team. It's clear there's a lot of work has been done on developing the government system over the past number of months. So I think thanks to the people who've been making efforts in that regard. We're not where we need to be, but I think it's clear that there are some improvements being made. There are 4 alerts here. I'm sorry, I should say that this is a report from both meeting in September and October. So it's a sort of hybrid of those 2. 4 alerts. Number 1, which is about sort of the board assurance framework, and then the 3rd one, which is about the functioning of some of the subgroups, is really the work that's being done, led through Juliet, but the GGI are going to advise us on. So we certainly noticed that within the BAF, there's plenty of work to be done there to get that, to align the risks in the BAF with the actions that would be asked to scrutinise. And also in terms of the reporting, I think you'd accept that at the moment we're not where we need to be in terms of that flow from, and so our task is to support getting those line mechanisms in place. We are told the quality committee that a new quality improvement strategy is being developed and reviewed. And we felt it was just really important. We all understood the different strands of atom that we had in the system messaging, because we did think we had some, you know, important discussions, but slightly different ones to the ones we were getting through. So at some stage, perhaps we'll want to be able to come back. Perhaps the opportunities, the development of the new quality group committee to talk about quality improvement strategy. And then finally, one of the things which I think really comes through all the subjects that the committee looks at is this sort of issue of whether compliance or like medical culture or something about our adherence to national requirements, national protocols and so on, and our deviation from those in a, for the right word, unpredictable sort of way. And I'm sure it's something that is on Repeat's radar, but I think it raises for me, perhaps for the board, a wider issue about our medical engagement, medical culture, which seems to be to come up in a number of the discussions that get on. It suggests here that Repeat has to produce a report on it. Maybe that's not quite the way, but I do think the committee was saying that we need to somehow address that issue and to understand that. The rest of the report here has a number of advices and assurances, some of which are concerned, but all of which the committee is content that the appropriate actions are in place for.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Any comments or questions? Owen?
Chris, just a question in respect of the improvement strategy. As a part of that work, has there been a review of the 2022 to 2025 quality improvement strategy? Because if not, it might be useful for that to be considered.
That's something that we understand through the team strategy. So I don't know whether we haven't had sight of that yet as the committee.
I think suggest that that should be a part of any work. Into the future, let's review what we said we're going to do over the last 3 years, where we've got to, what the impact of that.
We have done. Yeah, sorry, Jane. Sorry, I missed it, but yes, towards you, correct. We have absolutely seen that.
We have had progress reports through the policy committee.
And once we get progress reports on the specific projects, there's also on the training of other things. And it's the particular methodologies that people are trained in and so on that we get reports on. And we also get reports about gaps in the team, so which are our concern. I think that's something that we need to understand going forward, because clearly I think it's part of addressing some of the issues. So we as a committee are waiting for that to come again.
Yeah, I just think I'm clear about what the summary of those reports are and what the conclusions are. So there's a 2022 to 2025 strategy. It sets out several things. Has there been a report that has gone to the quality committee that has said, this is where we've landed on that, and therefore this is now how we're thinking, or we're that's close to the next few years?
The first of them say it's true. I'm not sure the second yet.
Okay. That's difficult.
So like,
Yeah, no, I mean, the starting point.
So we've got to where we've got to with the previous stuff.
Yeah.
Got to the so much.
The strategies is I have seen through this year through quality committee, that there's been progress against that strategy. What did we say we were going to do? Where are we? I think Owen's asking a separate questions in the development of the new strategy. Do we get a summary of actually this is where we've got to and this is what builds on? Absolutely, because that is part of any strategy, which is where you landed with your previous strategy and how does it springboard you or not to what you want to do over the next 5 years. That will be part of strategy development.
Yeah, we haven't seen that yet.
Just so I'm clear, the 2022 to 2025 strategy will have several intentions and aims. I think what I'm hearing is at various points those have been addressed or they've been looked at. I would have expected there to be a compendium that says, over that duration period, given that we're now in that final year, here is the final position point against that. And that would be a product, and then there would be a product that then says, and then being informed by that, what will the next 3 years or X look like? I think that's, just so I'm really clear about what I would have expected to see. And maybe that's a conversation just to pick up a little bit offline on that.
Okay, it's just about closing up.
Yeah, I think it is. I think that is exactly what it is.
Okay.
So there's a team in place which is really reporting, and it's just about the future direction.
Okay. Thank you. Repeat.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. So we fully recognise that what Chris is describing is an inconsistency in our application of some of our SOPs and culture around this. I think some of this is essentially a leadership attention issue, and it's about compliance and enforcement. Some of that is grounded in the split across the organisation, so we do see inconsistencies, and that's why it was highlighted by a gynaecologist to an extent. But also there is internal inconsistency even in teams, and we discussed today earlier. The leadership model and what that would do for the organisation. I think that is a very important platform in reshaping the leadership and focus on these things, and also bringing the accountability and ownership to the clinician, discussed many times and recognised as a challenge. And that's the bit I was indirectly referring to when we had that discussion around CLM, in terms of you can look at the structures and they are part of the building blocks of where we need to get to. But ultimately, it's about the processes and the how we work together. And from a medical leadership perspective, that would fall under that. Will be guided by board colleagues. My suggestion is trying to generate a report around those cultural issues. I think it would be a little bit tricky. I think it's my suggestion would be we continue to monitor some of the downstream effects as we reshape the organisation. But happy to guide it by institution.
Can I?
Yeah, please do.
I think I'm speaking from trying to do here is offer up the opportunity for the board to understand some of the medical issues that you are facing and need to deal with. How that's done, but I think it's really important that the board probably understand some of those issues that are going on, which affect all the other things in the organisation. Guiding as an example. So how you do that.
Okay.
We agree with it, but somehow we need to get that understood by as well.
Yeah, I think it's, thanks for that, Chris. That's an action we need to pick up. I think the methodology of it we can discuss outside of the meeting, but I think it's something that will be useful, I think, for us to understand. Okay, Juliet.
Yeah, I Chris for recognising there is some improvement in work going through the board committee. There is quite a lot to do. I think we're having some time as a board to receive the Good Governance Institute draft report. I think they've done a really comprehensive piece of work. Some of the changes that we require because we needed them to do their work. I think we've already talked about what some of that might look like. So some of it is it's an uncomfortable way, but probably the right way. I think we'll get an evidence-based position about what is the best and structure for us in our processes. I think, but that just gives a risk. I think by sitting on things that we might have changed, but I think that what they've said to us at the moment is it might be that you don't want to tweak what you've got. You might want to have a complete redesign of what you've got, in which case it's probably better to do that kind of in a CLM mind there. So I'm just explaining that people there's a bit of a risk there, but I think we'll be able to justify why we'd wait so we can get a comprehensive overview of that. And also our new Director of Quality Governance will start beginning of December, so I think that's timely. in with was understanding what we'll be doing and having someone with some expertise and their role will be to kind of guide us through those stages.
Thanks, Julia. Anything else on the quote there? Was to note. So we've got the separate item on the length of experience, Julia. How do you want to deal with that? But, I mean, we've obviously had a chance to have a read of it, so you have to just take questions.
I would happy to take questions. I think the only point that I would make is we have mentioned maternity services, and what in here there are definitely some improvements, and there is attention being paid within the services around women's experiences, but also collaborating with women in order to design services. So progress is being made, but there's still more to do. And probably we don't talk about children and young people as much possibly as we could. But just to note there that we did receive the Children's and Young People survey, the team have engaged with those findings and have committed to making some improvements. And I think I was just talking to Julie earlier, and she feels that we'll see some, we'll see some improvement there, because that wasn't a great survey result. And then I think that again we've got some work to do around learning disabilities, particularly use of passports. So they were I think they're the two the kind of risk areas really. Okay, questions.
Julia, well, people are thinking, I was asking earlier when Julia was here, which is this a comprehensive review of our experience from patients across who use our services? I know it's a period of time, but is it a comprehensive review? Because what I think it's really helpful for people to see is that variety of different experience data that we've got, insight that we've got, also a range of different places.
No, it isn't. Part of that's as a result of where that we're set up. We have complaint service and a patient experience service, and there is some work we've got some plans to bring that together, which will give us a better insight. Because I think, so I think we definitely can do more there, but in terms of learning from complaints, there's significant improvement needs to make in that area. And so we see complaint responses, but we don't understand what it's telling us. So there's just more work to do in that area to get a comprehensive picture. And we can pull together what we've got in a better way, but I don't think that's necessarily then what are we finding, what are we improving, and how are we showing ourselves that the improvements are in there isn't where we need it to be.
It feels like an area of significant priority for me in terms of our understanding of their experience. And, we get a range of different sources and being able to see them in one place and then asking our colleagues to act on that. We need to make that easy for them, don't we, by presenting that information in a way that's accessible. And if we don't understand what our complaints and telling them what the learning opportunities are, that feels like kind of a significant challenge.
I was going to highlight the significant areas that we must be aware of are waiting times and communication. We can make some improvements in those areas, we will improve the experience of people. So the more we can do the detail, but the big things will, and that's what you see on the north. When we look at patient experience, one of the things if we could make some significant impact, it would be waiting times and communication. And I think we can do a deep dive into some of these areas, like people with learning disabilities. So it's important that we see you're at the big thing, but also I think this stuff that's kind of low, very important, but less numbers, so it doesn't impact the volume. But unless we do some kind of deep down diagnostics, we're not going to understand, particularly around some particular groups like children with learning disabilities and people using maternity services.
Any other comments, colleagues? Questions? No, that's good to note. Okay, so we also have the perinatal quality surveillance report. Chris.
Just take it as a think.
Okay, please, any questions? This has obviously been through quality committee already.
Yeah, this is a report from quality committee, so we see which used to come to the building. Got it delegated from to returns. But this is the only part really.
Any questions? No. It's just a note. Thank you, Chris. Let's move on then to the People and Education Committee.
Thank you, Chair. We met in September and October. I'll try to keep this brief as well. I'll take this report as read. We always focus on sickness. Every meeting we have a care org in front of us. We had Rochdale, and in September we had Oldham. In October, Carmen and Chris sit on that committee too, and we always have a full discussion on, how they're doing on sickness, what the return to work is. We reminded them, especially in October, that actually we saw a fall in return to work and a rise in sickness that month. Those things are connected in our minds, as well as obviously focusing on wellbeing programs, mandatory training, and the appraisals of staff. I just wanted to say to George, as we have a quarterly report from the Guardian of Safe Working Hours, Anu, and we always have a very detailed discussion with her. We talked about rostering, and we talked about exception reporting as well. We also had some, I want to say, one good news thing, because we focus on the negative a lot. The results of the annual GMC survey were presented to the group, which showed the results across the MCA marked a significant overall improvement compared to 2024 results, and that's worth mentioning. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any comments or questions, Chris?
Yeah, just a question on that. Up to Rafiq about something. When it talks about marked improvement against 2024 in terms of GMC, what's the baseline of that? So this is what I'm just asking the question. Was that from quite a low baseline comparatively, or actually is that improvement that would put us, comparatively against others, let's say, really well?
Do you relate to the job claim?
No, it's not saying, but what's just been talked about there is the GMC survey.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sort of check I'm talking about the right thing here.
It's training. It's training.
GMC training experience.
Yeah, so a GMC training experience, we've talked about some real significant improvement on that. What I'm trying to understand is that improvement from a comparatively low baseline, if you were comparing against others, or is actually we're already doing reasonably well or in the middle of the pack, and now that improvement really shows us further on? I'm just trying to understand.
We were doing reasonably well, but there's always variation across the organisation from service to service.
Yes,
it's mapped out in detail.
Yeah.
And there's been a significant improvement in some of our services that have been quite significantly lagging, and that sort of stepped us on so much less.
Yeah, because there's a thing about an absolute improvement versus a relative improvement.
Yeah.
And I tell you the absolute improvement is good. I just want to know and understand.
Actually, that report it's a really good report, that, and what it shows is the areas where we do. So it's broken down into each service, so which areas the students are saying this is really good, and the areas where they're saying it's not so good. And our leadership development team are really brilliant, actually, led by Julia Marshall, and they really triage it. They're looking at the ones that did poorly last year, and we see an improvement in the ones where they focused on and said you didn't do so well, you need to improve. I do think our leadership development people and our training people are very good in the NCA. That's the thing you can shout about.
Thanks. Yes,
It was just to give some numbers to help clarify, because I've had a chance to open the report again. We saw some real shifts. So 37 areas had improved because we coded by red, pink. That's sort of, I call it bad, fairly bad. Light green is reasonably good, and totally green is good. We went from 81 areas of totally green last year to 118 this year. And for the other end of the spectrum, from totally red, 78 areas to 65, with again an improvement from areas in pink. So there is some real shifts in some areas. There's still lots of work to do, but it was positive to see that where we'd focused, we had managed to make improvements.
forgive me, but that's improvement against ourselves.
Yes.
What I'm
Yeah.
just trying to ascertain is that improvement if you then compare, even if it's like for like, and we see, you know, is that credible or is that piece of work that we're still yet to do perhaps?
So we have some of the data that compares to other organizations, but not to the level of granularity that we see for us, essentially. So we have an indication that actually overall, from a Northwest perspective, we do well from on training indicators, but it doesn't go to the level of granularity.
Let's go back to the conversation that we had regarding, you know, the resident doctors and stuff like that. You know, when it's 77%, I kind of want to answer the school one question. Then with this was training, great, if we've made improvement. But I want to know, is that improvement? If you started 700 trucks, how would that compare? I think I've made the point. I just want to kind of get a bit of assurance personnel, and that's for me to get an answer to that question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Always let's first to note again. I'm going to move quickly on because we're running short of time, and we've got important matters like Freedom to Speak Up annual report, which is really important to us. And we've got Shivana here with us. Shivana, you can assume that we've obviously read the paper. It's our annual report. It's obviously been through people in education already. Are you happy if we just take questions and comments? So is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, no, just 3 points. Well, first of all, thank you for accommodating me at board. So I'm Shivana Steve, Lead Freedom Speak Up Guardian for Northern Care Alliance, for those of you who haven't met me. I know I've met a few of the board members and we have regular meetings, which is great. Just to say that my hours were increased. So the Lead Freedom Speak Up Guardian post was increased from 8 hours to 37.5 hours. So the board will want to know, well, actually, what does that mean in terms of how the service is moving forward? So it means that I can attend corporate and medical inductions actually there in person. So I attended my first corporate induction on Monday, which was amazing. And I've already had a medical colleague approach me who would like to become a champion. It will help us to increase our workforce. I also went to the resident doctors induction a few weeks ago. Sheena accompanied me to that, and we had 2 champions who, well, two members of staff who also expressed an interest in becoming champions. So what's really important for me and for my team is that we are representative of our workforce. So not just in terms of like your background and the colour of your skin, your religion, but also professional background as well. What your professional background is, what hours you work. We really need that good mix because we are the peers with ears. So we are the people on the ground who are listening to staff. So the more champions we can have. So I can say that in the last month or so, it was also October month, which was Freedom to Speak Up month, as well as Black History Month. So I also attended the Black History Month. So we're trying to link in with our networks as well. We had 3 people from Black History Month to say that they wanted to become champions, which is amazing. So it's about really that visibility. I think for me, in 8 hours, it was impossible to provide you with all that data, to, you know, look through the action reports, never mind listening to people's concerns. The other thing I can do as well is support my team in terms of, we've just recruited 2 new guardians, well, 3 new guardians actually. 2 are Oldham, so Oldham have really increased their resources from 4 hours to 8 hours, which is brilliant. Oldham is our busiest site in terms of concerns that are raised. So it helps me support the guardians as well, because I understand that they're on a limited, obviously with their hours, it's very limited. 4 hours a week doesn't really stretch that far. I think that's about it. The only thing I will ask of the board is for your continued support and commitment, please, to Freedom Speak Up. It's really, really important. We're also doing a lot of triangulated work with colleague experience, looking at the National Staff Survey results. We're also working with our EI team, OL&D. So we're really looking at themes and hotspots. George, it might be an idea for us to have a conversation as well, because I think what we really want is our junior doctors, our resident doctors to engage. And I find with some of the cases that have come to Freedom Speak Up, I do find, like Rafik said before, they don't tend to engage as much. because they think, well, I'm moving on anyway. And we really want that because we want everybody to have a voice. And I think that's about it, really. It's just about for your continued support and to mix and this support, if we can ripple that down to other senior management, to other middle management, it'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay. So any comments? Thanks for that, Siobhan, really helpful. Okay. Any comments or questions? I think we've already seen the impact of your increase in hours in terms of your visibility out in the organisation and obviously your ability to attract a range of different champions across the organisation as well. And I've seen the feedback from the session that you did at for the doctors, and it was fantastic in terms of, I know you won't say that, but it was really well received, and what people commented on was Siobhan's passion and kind of interest in hearing people's voices across the organisation. Really well noted, so thank you for that. Rachel.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's just establishing that culture from the off as well with people that are joining us. You know, things like we want you to have a voice. We want you to, for example, challenge someone for not washing their hands. Come to us with issues. You know, that culture of voice and people being able to speak up, especially where they may be fearful of their career progression being impacted, etc. So actually having faith in the process. So yeah, take collective silence as support is what I would say. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay.
It was just for me to note, and thanks to Shabana. I mean, since she's come into role, she has been unwavering in her passion, and it's great to see her blooming now with the additional time and hours. We have seen this report through Audit Committee and through People and Education Committee, so the colleagues have probably well versed with it. I think what's really important to see is the aspirations around future developments. Shabana and I regularly have a conversation that says our aspiration is that Shabana would make herself redundant. Not that we don't appreciate her, but care, appreciate and inspire. The heart of that is about speaking up, about colleagues feeling empowered and enabled to celebrate good things and to speak up when something's getting in the way, but that is part of our everyday business. We've got a long way to go to get to that point, and I think having Shabana and that passion and that leadership for the Guardians and the Champions is a real asset to us as an organisation. I'm really excited to see how those future developments that she's outlined in section 6 come to pass.
Thank you for that. Thanks, Siobhan, for preparing the report as well. It's really helpful to see some of the numbers that are involved. And I know it's not a numbers game, it never is, but it's helpful to see the range of different issues that people are raising, and as you say, to triangulate that with our staff survey as well. That's really helpful. Okay, thank you for that. Colleagues, that's for us to note, and Siobhan has asked for us to still champion freedom to speak up, which I'm sure we will continue to do. Okay, I'm going to move us on to report research and innovation. Carmen, anything to add to the report?
A few minutes, Brad. I am an imposter today because on the day of the committee, which was 3 till 5 p.m, Vodafone outage happened at 3:05. So Aziz, that took me completely offline with no connection, and Aziz stepped in and shared the meeting amazingly. So thank you so much. There are 5 alerts on here. 4 I'd like to focus on in terms of they are ones that might require attention, and there's one at the end which is a well done, a great thing, and we decided, you know, it's not just alerts that worry us, but it should be alerts that we are proud of. So the final one about the recognition as an employer of choice for Manchester University. So we are very proud of this. It's related to research. So I'm going to stop there and just ask Aziz, is there anything you would call out?
No, I think that's the. We're happy with those events.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, it's just we'd like to get an answer to the question about population health. Is also something we discussed in the.
Okay, who's gonna you answer that?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. So that's been a topic of discussion several times at Research and Innovation Committee. That isn't kind of planned for it, but it will be essentially falling into the transition to our new leadership structure with the leadership role, because that will have given us an opportunity to reorganize some of the resource and leave us doing roles. And just to first reassure colleagues, but also remind there was an ask for a substantial investment initially. We've sort of worked to connect other resources with the team, but there remains a smaller gap that essentially we take into account in that.
Okay, there's a number of other risks on the report that we're alerted to. Is there anybody going to pick those up? So clinical coding, what's the impact of that? Missing the deadline and the breach. Who's picking up?
So clinical coding, there is currently no material impact to us. The biggest risk would be not to code and therefore lose income. We do deliver coded activity. There are currently cut-off dates in terms of how it reports, so it can have an impact on the understanding that NHS England take of our performance, depending when we meet a timeline, and there is a timeline cut-off that we are required to meet. We are lagging behind that, and we do have backlog in that area. It is a national shortage challenge that I think we've brought to board before. There's quite a lot of activity that's happened, so we are trialling a managed service at the moment. We have support from exec colleagues and have brought in agency staff to make sure we are meeting timelines. The team are slowly recovering that backlog, but it is slow going because our activity is absolutely creating throughput. The managed service trial is proving very productive right now, and we are seeing material change in how we are starting to see coding. We've just secured an additional clinical coder, which is a challenge in the market right now, so some real success and well done to the team for the recruitment practices. It is an area we keep needing to monitor, basically. We are in a similar situation to most other trusts in that real challenge around clinical coding, but it is progressing forwards, and we've got good plans in place to retain our people and to try and bring in additional skill.
Do you receive any assurance? Right. So I wasn't getting disease. Did you receive any assurances to the clinical the aseptic pharmacy?
Who discussed?
Got notification that the key vacancy had
Been filled later on, but there was an email, I think.
And what about endoscopy?
That's Lorna as well.
So Solus is one of our digital systems. It's coming through as part of our application roadmap work, that we have a number of specialist digital systems that have not got the right level of clinical patient safety processes around them. There are no gaps identified in the product itself where there are bugs in the software essentially that are skipping data capture. There are mitigations in place, which is enhanced oversight within the clinical teams. It's being led currently by our clinical nurse information officer, I can't get my words out today, and our CCIO, who are working with our clinical team to make sure we're doing that. Ultimately, that is a platform we will need to retire out of the Northern Care Alliance. It is a legacy system, and we are looking at how we do that safely and securely, but there is patient data and patient services that we need to maintain.
Any other comments or questions?
I think on the clinical coding as well, another thing that's happened that has helped is that the London waiting has stopped for people working remotely. So people being employed in London waiting when they were working for Northern Trust, that stopped. So that's helped us actually.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to move swiftly on to the change portfolio board. Oh wait, and
Okay, so given the September and October, I'm just going to focus on October if I can, and then make sure that I don't duplicate things that I think we've already discovered in discussing the agenda. So I would probably point to the medical workforce piece, and which talks about some progress that we've made on that. Medical workforce was one of those areas from an assurance perspective. I'm sure Louise can talk to this later. where it has been challenged historically, but we do seem to be making some progress, and that's acknowledged there. We're also seeing that come through in terms of cost improvement planning, which is good. There's also reference here again around the work that we're doing around that social care in partnership with Salford City Council, and particularly the work around Unified and our communications with colleagues and taking them through that journey. So again, that's been a thing that's been considered in the portfolio board. And I think just the other thing I would just point to two things. One, in terms of the change portfolio board communications, we talked a lot about making sure that the shaping our future communications in general, and making sure that the stick of the discipline and the message housing, and that we're very, very repetitive in how we communicate. And again, I keep stressing that point. Organisation of this scale, being simple but very repetitive in your messaging, is absolutely crucial to helping people understand where we're trying to go. I think the only other point I pointed out at the end of October is that we did review the target risk, and we did agree that there potentially should be a target increase risk in terms of that conversation. I think that's worth noting, and that was linked to the scale of this stuff is pretty significant, and perhaps to look at the risk as it was currently described is not seen realistic or appropriate given what we're trying to do. That's as quick as I can. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Oh, thank you. Thanks, Lauren. That's good to note. And Louise has joined us, didn't see his link in there. We've obviously got your report, Louise, and a chance to read it. Is there anything you wanted to highlight?
Just a couple of things to draw out from me. So this is the portfolio insurance report for 2022. Just to raise a couple of points around performance of the report itself. So the programme update slides now include a response to assurance statement, or a kind of route to green. This was a recommendation from an area change portfolio board. That's to allow programmes to articulate within that area the actions that are being taken by the programme to improve their assurance position. And we also took the opportunity at the same time to kind of refresh the appearance of the portfolio assurance report. So it looks a little bit different, but rest assured, content remains the same that we've seen previously. But also just to draw your attention to the life cycle slide, which is slide 1486 of the report. That shows the overall life cycle of the portfolio. That has also been updated and reflects the current status of the programmes. In particular, it shows that all of the financial sustainability programmes are sitting in the deliver phase. And that's because they've got more than 100% of the target identified, very much focused on implementing or transacting those schemes and realising the benefits associated with that. In terms of the overall assurance position, as usual, we've got the graphs on slide 12 and the dashboard on slide 13. The total number of programmes in the portfolio in October that the date of the report was 12, and 9 of those are currently being assured. So we've got electronic patient record and the programme around replacing the aerated concrete. Then that was not yet assured because it's still at the business case stage. And then also the adult social care programme, which referenced at the time of the report wasn't being assured, but still going through the programme definition phase. But we are commencing assurance this month. In terms of the overall kind of picture of the portfolio, it is an improving picture. When reference the improvement around medical workforce, which has been kind of historically read programme from an insurance perspective. We've seen significant improvements around that particular programme. From a governance perspective, but the same number of green RAG ratings as last month, a decrease in the number of red RAG ratings from 2 down to 1. The red RAG rating programme being a clinical leadership model, particularly from a governance perspective, that's pertaining really to the third sub-criterion around benefits definition. So that moved from amber to red in months because we, as part of the assurance and also the programme board, haven't seen sufficient evidence around the detailed benefits definition, which you could expect to, a bit more progressed at this stage. Critical design reviews have concluded. It is noted in the commentary of the assurance statement that that task has been assigned to one of the CLM work streams. But like I said, we have to see the evidence of that progress coming through the programme with the assurance lens. I also know that it was discussed earlier in today's meeting as well. From a delivery perspective, we're seeing an increase in the number of green ride ratings and again a decrease in the number of red ride ratings from 4 down to 1. Again, the red ride rating programme from a delivery perspective is the kind of leadership model programme, and that was time of the assurance review. There was a milestone within the programme plan relating to the consultation, which was showing off track, which has since been reprofiled, and so the programme plan has been redefined. So we should see that improving in the next assurance review, seeing the milestones moved to being on track. So that's it in terms of an overview. That's the last discussion.
Thanks, Louise. Rachel.
Thank you. Reflecting on the first time we saw our assurance table when we first put it in place, and just seeing a very, very different picture, both from the perspective of the assurance you are provided and that maturity that you've really developed. Thank you for that. But also in the performance of the individual programmes, I think as well, a real step forward. Particularly Rafiq, that medical workforce must feel very good. Yeah, well done. But I think just in general, in all seriousness, I know there's a lot of work to do. I know a lot of our programmes have still got lots to do, and we have some reds here and there. But in general, I think we're definitely, as a board, I personally feel we're seeing a greater maturity, and as a result, all programmes really stepping up as well. So I think we had time this morning to talk about CLM and the benefits, and I think we definitely need to see that as an area that is thoroughly looked at and brought back in a timely way. I think obviously we know that programme in general is not to reduce workforce necessarily, but I think we do need to see those resultant benefits, and that is definitely a blob on a page that I'm looking forward to seeing change colour over the next couple of board meetings. But yeah, in general, Louise, thank you for.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Thanks, Rachel. I think also want to commend Louise and team and several colleagues who, it's not easy doing this piece of work and getting decisions. And I'm sure you can ask her privately, you may not want to say it, but I hope that Louise would say that she does feel independent and doesn't feel that there's anybody with undue pressure for things to be represented in a certain
exchanged.
The reason why I just referenced that is that I think an early part of the agenda we discussed the North Improvement Plan. We'll be having a second meeting of that tomorrow, and that's where it goes to Jeff's point earlier. This is where we're trying to get to with that side of things as well, and to get to that confidence. But it will take time to build it up. But here's an example, I think, of what we can do well. Thank you.
Thanks, Owen. Any other comments or questions? Chris.
Just how can we bring that level of rigour to the other things we do in Twitter? That was my thought. I commended our people committee, didn't I? Talked about one of the things we brought forward in committee. I just thought that level of rigour is what we need to get different levels of assurances.
I mean, I think I've only been to the change portfolio board once, but I think that has been a conversation there, hasn't it, about sort of trying to maintain a tight focus, so that you're not looking at everything in that rigorous way, but actually learning from some of those opportunities to kind of have that oversight where we possibly can, but obviously we can't like that same level of rigor, realistically.
The principles.
Yes. Okay, conscious of time, colleagues, and I know you're probably all starving, so I'm going to try and move at a pace if we can. So there's things that's good to note, and to support the approach to programme assurance, which I think we definitely do. And it also asks that we request action from the senior responsible officers required, but I don't think there's anything that other than Rachel's request around the alarm, I think. With that. Everyone okay with that? You, audit and Miss Tim.
Yeah, just quickly. Yeah, we've had a focus on cybersecurity and assurance mapping. That's the one that Chris has just referred to. Louise was very helpful. And just giving us that approach to our assurance with regard to that. So that enabled us to have a degree of confidence around how the trust meets cyber and IG standards. Just picking up a couple of other areas from limited reviews that kind of relate a little bit to some of what we talked about. There was a limited review with regard to LOCSIPs and food checklists, which kind of does resonate again, kind of red flag with kind of cultural compliance issues. That has not changed, though, you know, that's in terms of those topics. Other areas that are probably worth flagging. Risk management is kind of in a state of kind of being paused, the risk management group. So that's something the committee wants to come back to as that strategy gets reset. And there have been some initial discussions, but a role for the audit and risk committee with regard to the new accountability framework that Tim's working on. So we've had some discussion, and that will come into the audit and risk committees. So keep it brief. I'll leave it there.
Questions? No? Okay, thank you. That's for us to know. So obviously know the deep dive that took place, which sounds very positive. Okay, moving on then to charitable funds. Yeah.
During the report is not expected. Questions on this?
Okay, any questions? No, thank you. So it was to delegate the approval of the annual report and the accounts in line with the scheme of reservation and delegation. We've also got the annual report and accounts. Yeah, as well as Julie. So
around to see if that's in space of the Stephen's written to flag, but yeah, I don't think there's anything else to it.
No, it was just it was leaving to the board state, as you said, it's I will do it. That will not use completely in January, so it's just getting the information.
okay. So we're delegating that to the charitable funds committee and authorising the chair to sign on behalf of people for that. Okay, thank you very much. And then the last item on the agenda is the election of the vice chair, which is again, I think fairly straightforward. I think it is a responsibility of the to agree this. So I'm making a recommendation that we make Chris as the vice chair. And maybe any questions or comments? Objection. I need to note your declaration of interest at this point. Anybody got any comments on that? Or objection?
No. That's why I got out.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I haven't got any other business unless anybody shows up now and tells me if there's anything else. No, thank you very much. Thanks for your commitment. Thanks for sticking with us. So it's at this point that I ask the board to make a resolution to exclude the press and public in the meeting. At this point, I was waiting for publicity of the not being reviewed would be prejudicial. I reason that this one confidential nature of business, the press and public requested to leave at this point. So thank you, colleagues. The next meeting is on the 14th of January at 9:30. We also probably should say Merry Christmas.